New York was 2 weekends
It was
ago.
on Wednesday. Are you sure it was Chicago?
Yes, it was Chicago. Oh, here I am on the live one. Yeah,
I move it. I move it.
yeah, I'm sorry I missed
I
it.
was just telling Bruce, back in the olden days, I was here like 20 years ago, we would get a thing like a designation, and we wouldn't let them read it, the whole thing, we just said, move it.
Discussion items or
I know the name. Yeah.
Other 2 months and my hair will be as long as Donna's.
She's ready when you are.
Recording in progress.
It won't go where I want.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts which impart a distinct historical heritage of the city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance Number 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or the city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. Lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, or defeat, or modifications of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action or decision or recommendation which foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the city commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claims ordinance, chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables City Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation meeting of November 16th, 2022 to order. The time is 4:12 p.m. Present today are Javier Turana, Ms. Donna Spain, Ms. Peggy Rolando, Mr. Marco Maxwell, Mr. Garcia Pons, Mr. John Fullerton, Mr. Bruce Ehrenhaft, and myself, Albert Menendez. Next item is approval of the minutes. Mr. Chair, can I vote to defer the minutes since we just got them a minute before the meeting? I haven't had a chance to read it. Sure.
Yeah, they just gave them to us, so.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that? No.
No.
You need a motion to postpone them, or
No, the city attorney just said no.
Okay.
No, the chair can take items out of order and consider it at a later time.
Okay. Then we will leave it for the end of the meeting. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, or memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of the quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether the communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. Deferrals. Mr. Adams, do we have any deferrals today?
No deferrals. We do have a request to change the location of one item on the agenda. Do you want to hear that now? We've had a request to move under section 14, new business, number 2, case file US 2022-001 regarding an unsafe structure. We do have some city staff here to speak on that, and we'd appreciate it if you could hear that item first on the agenda.
Okay. We also have an excused absence today, Ms. Bakovic.
I move to accept the excuse absence.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Fullerton, or excuse me, Mr. Aaron.
It was Mr. Fullerton.
Softly, though, like he.
Fullerton seconded.
Okay. Mr. Aaron Haff,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes. Mr. Adams. It is case file, which is the case file to be heard first.
If we can, please have everybody sworn in. Anybody that'll be testifying or speaking today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Which is the case file? You said the last one, right?
Is it the last item on the list?
Yes.
So, it would be case file US 2022-001, a resolution recommending the owner of 134 Florida Avenue, a contributing resource within the National and Local Register, McFarland Homestead Subdivision Historic District, work with the Historic Preservation Office to restore and repair the structure, or if it is determined to be unsafe by the building official, demolish the structure and build a wood frame replica with salvaged material.
Can we have the PowerPoint presentation, please? Give me 1 minute, please, till I get to the end here.
That's it.
Okay, this is actually a request, an item requesting a resolution from the board. 134 Florida Avenue is a one-storey wood frame structure built in 1926 and is a contributing resource within the local and national register McFarlane Homestead Subdivision Historic District. Back in 2021, the site was in poor condition, and it was purchased by someone whose intent was to restore the structure. According to Mr. Vinci Guerra, the owner at the time, he approached many building contractors and engineers to see who would be willing to do the work on the structure. According to him, most of them said the building couldn't be saved, it was in poor condition, it would be cheaper to tear it down and build something new. It wouldn't be cost effective, it was too small a project. He basically, according to him, didn't get anywhere to get anyone to do the work. So he was unsure what to do with it. So on April the 1st, 2022, the site was visited by myself, the city manager, Surami Cabrera, the Development Services Department and Building Director, our outside counsel, Anthony Palenzuela, the city's Code Enforcement Special Counsel, the property owner and his realtor. At the time of the inspection, the determination was that the structure was pretty far gone and it would probably have to come down. Mr. Vinci Guerra was informed that if the structure could not be repaired, then he must salvage what he could from it and build an exact wood frame replica. So the replacement would have to be built of wood frame. We did agree that there was a small addition at the back. We did agree that that could be slightly larger. So we were in the process of getting Mr. Vinci Guerra to sign an agreement to that effect, but he actually sold the property. In September 2022, the new owner was contacted regarding outstanding code violations. It was noted that work was being undertaken without permits or a COA. Since then, work continued on the property. The property was visited on several occasions by code enforcement with the police department. Red tags were put on the property. They were continually being removed. There was no outreach from the new property owner to the Historic Preservation Department. I believe he spoke to our outside counsel once. So here we are now. Per Section 8-116 of the Unsafe Structures of the City Code, in the event the building official determines a structure within a designated historic landmark or district is unsafe, pursuant to the applicable building code adopted by the city, she shall immediately notify the Historic Preservation Board with copies of such findings. Where reasonably feasible within applicable laws and regulations, the building official shall endeavour to have the structure repaired rather than demolished, and shall take into consideration any comments and recommendations by the board. The board may take appropriate actions to effect and accomplish preservation of such structure, including negotiations with the owner and other interested parties, provided that such actions do not interfere with procedures in the Florida Building Code. So the conclusion is, although previous opinions indicated the structure has structural issues and should be demolished, the actions of the current owner would suggest that potentially it could be repaired. Unfortunately, however, the current owner made no effort to reach out to the Preservation Office, made no effort to get permits, continued work when he was told to stop. So the Historic Preservation Office does support the restoration of the structure if this can be done appropriately and if all work complies with code requirements. However, it's ultimately the building official that has the final say in this matter. And if this cannot be achieved, we would like a resolution from the board stating that whoever purchases this structure, you would support the previous condition that if the property comes down, then they must rebuild a wood frame structure according to the existing plans, but we would allow the rear one-storey addition to be slightly larger. So the suggested wording for the resolution there, you of course are free to come up with your own resolution. And Surami Cabrera is here if you have any questions regarding the condition, which reminds me, I can show you some photos. The exterior condition there doesn't look too bad. This is it at the back. This is the addition though. And then inside you can see the condition there. So Surami is here if you have any questions, or I can answer any questions. And I think we do have some members of the public here who want to speak
A
in this.
question, but I don't know, what order you want to take it in. Has this building been documented when you say the existing plans?
Yes, there were
And drawings?
plans drawn in 2015 for a proposed restoration. So we do have fairly good plans, and the architect that drew them up has worked on historic preservation projects.
Remember who that architect was? Doesn't really
It will
matter.
come to me. He's from the
That's
Fort
okay.
Lauderdale area.
But, so the measured drawings, that architect actually has an existing condition. They're not Habs drawings, but they're measured drawings.
full drawings.
Full drawings,
Yeah.
okay.
With construction details. Well, I mean, the detail is all part of it,
I believe so, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think it's important if it has to be rebuilt, that like the siding, it's exactly the same profile that's used on it. And they're so simple, those homes, that anything that's altered will make a difference. Hi there. It's so nice to see you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Surami Carrera, Development Services Director and Building Official. So we actually want to move forward with the demolition of the property because the new owner is actually doing repairs that are not appropriate for this historic home. So we want to get in there and stop that. Demolish, salvage what could be salvaged, and have them use what could be salvaged in a reconstruction. That we've tried to stop them, they do not stop. They've removed 4 or 5 stop work orders on the property. We've been out there with police, they hide. It's just out of control with them.
Is the owner here?
No, the owners have never reached out to us. We actually sent out the information for the meeting, and I believe it was returned. So even the address that we had on the property appraiser's website for the owner doesn't appear to be correct.
And is there a running fine now on the property?
I don't think there is a running fine on the property.
And why is that? Why are we rewarding bad behavior? Why isn't it?
We were working with the previous owner, and we went out there and looked at the property. I went out there, I'm a structural engineer, as you know, the city manager went with me, structural engineer also. There's really nothing left to salvage, and the previous owner really was trying to work with the city to do what's right and salvage what's possible on this property, but the new owner is not. And so that's really why there wasn't running fines, because we were working with the previous owner.
I have a question. Now, it's very difficult to tell, where the damage is in the interior based on the photographs. I would imagine that that the addition in the back is where the majority of the damage is. What does the rest of the original structure look like on the interior?
The interior walls are almost non-existent. The only thing that those pictures actually look a lot better than when I went out there and walked inside the property.
Okay.
But there's really, the only thing that there is left to salvage there, in all honesty, is that siding. There's not much else.
So, full
So you could
disclosure,
strip it down to the basic frame and it would probably be okay.
I'm not sure that stripping it down to the frame will result in a better, at that point, we might as well build new and use salvaged material from the property.
And
Mr.
so
Durana.
full disclosure, I visited that site because the previous owner, I think it was
Vinci
Guerra,
Guerra,
he had asked me to go look at it to see about doing work to it, and I had put him in touch with a couple of architects, and I didn't know what he had done with it finally, but it's pretty bad. And that was like 2 or 3 years ago, so I can only imagine it's like Surami's saying. I think you could, salvage it, but what you're going to be salvaging is, like you said, the siding, and everything else is going to be new, so you might as well just replicate it. Maybe, like you said, have someone professionally go out there and take accurate dimensions and then just, allow the demo, because there's not much.
and the architect's name came to me, William Medigan.
Oh.
Yeah, so he does have experience.
It appears that there's a lot of,
The ones that we restored with the county money, right?
is there a lot of damage to the floor joists and things like that? So that will compromise the siding studs, the vertical studs on the sides, outside walls. So Do you know that the drawings documenting the details of the house have been compared to the house recently, so that we're not just assuming they're right and then going after them, or using them to rebuild it, but it doesn't result in true.
We haven't compared them, but we certainly can.
Yeah,
We can
Yeah,
certainly
I
do
think
that.
that would be a good idea.
Just do a field trip and actually take a piece of the siding.
Yep.
That's the main thing that's going to make a difference, and get the profile right. And they can mill the siding if it's typically just normal, you know. There isn't anything special with the siding that's been used, but occasionally, I know on one of the houses, we had to get special profile.
And again, the hope would be that, or the intent would be to salvage as much as we possibly could, including siding, you know, window frames, vents, whatever we
All of
could.
that should be measured.
Yeah.
Yeah, the corner details on the outside siding and so forth, all those are very critical, I think, to the look of the house and to the historic aspect of the house, because they were built in the 20s and by a group of skilled laborers and people who lived in them. So I think we need to honor that and be sure what they intended, and that we're allowing it to be reproduced.
I mean, HAB's drawings can be done. I know that with Fink Studio, I think there was a class at the University of Miami that did the HAB's drawings for that, which were very complicated. This would be fairly simple. I don't know. I just worry about it coming down without documentation.
Okay.
Photographs, everything.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case?
Mr. Cooper.
In favor of the case?
The gentleman in the back?
Mr. Cooper wants to
Yes. Sir, if you'd like to come up?
Good afternoon. Carl Leon Prime, 209 Florida Avenue. First off, the designation of the historic community was begun by my father, and I'm trying to carry on that legacy. There's also some family history that goes along with that property. And what's happened recently has been that people who buy the homes or buy the lots are letting them just go to neglect with the hopes of demolishing it. And it just doesn't sit right. The main problem is that nobody wants to restore it. There are craftsmen here in Dade County who can restore that house. One I've spoken to said it's no problem. You know, you just have to put in the resources.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see any contributing items removed anymore. I really don't want to see the whole community be lost. In a world-class city like ours, cannot afford to be the laughingstock of the nation for losing a historic neighborhood. The main thing is to work with the with the owner, and if they aren't willing, see what we can do through the city. It is a very important and contributing part. I played at that house when I was growing up. My grand aunt lived there at one point. I lived diagonally across the street, and on the same block, my other grand aunt lived. So no more of allowing them to let these houses go to neglect, and I can't trust the city or other developers right now to build back an exact replica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in opposition or in favor of this case?
Hello, my name is Carelia Martinez Carbonell. I'm here.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oops. Okay. I'm here representing the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, and I am so happy for the gentleman to speak up, because that's exactly what we are here to say. And let me read what has been, I believe you have our letter. But this property was scheduled for restoration by the county in 2009, 13 years ago. There's no excuse for this outright neglect. And why do properties with numerous code violations, which I hear there weren't any, but as a general statement, continue to be sold and changed ownership? I understand no one here has those answers, but these are important issues to consider. Back in 2018, when another McFarland property, which was 117 Florida Avenue, with numerous code violations spanning over 17 years, was lost due to neglect, the discussion centered on the issue that demolition by neglect cannot continue to happen, and changes to the compliance process pertaining to neglected and abandoned historic properties needed to take place. Now, I don't know what happened to 117 Florida Avenue, but I believe that house was demolished and it was supposed to be rebuilt to scale. Has that ever happened? I don't know. I should have checked. But is that, it has? That was 2018.
She's not on the record.
That was 2018. Oh. Okay, well, that's an example of basically what we're discussing here today. City Attorney Ramos observed, and I quote, "The city needs a shift in policy in order to prevent scenarios such as the neglectful demolition of 117 Florida Avenue." 4 years later, here we are. The McFarland Historic District is one of the rarest example of a Black community that is nationally recognized. So when we start considering this property, let's consider what the gentleman said. This is a very unique area. And I believe we should do everything possible, because it's very easy to say, let's just demolish and rebuild. But let's try and not make that decision again. It was recognized, let me just say, read the actual historic significance. It was recognized in 1994 as a United States Historic District and listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Sadly, I believe there's only 31 homes still standing, and originally there was 63. Okay, we're losing these homes. Again, just to reiterate, George Merrick bought this 20-acre area from Florida McFarland, and subsequently became a city subdivision. And many Bahamian immigrant laborers, particularly Afro-Bahamians, subsequently built homes there. 134 Florida Avenue was most probably built by a Bahamian laborer who worked with Merrick to build Coral Gables. Now, I'd like you to consider, obviously the resolution is either to save it or demolish it. And I would urge that let's do something different this time, and let's try and save this, and this could be an example for others that could be saved and restored. And so it's in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just make a comment that I don't think it's in our hands? I think it's in the building officials' hands. Has it already been deemed an unsafe
Yes.
structure?
And let me just...
That's the issue.
Yeah, let me just clarify here that this has been declared an unsafe structure. That's already been done. And per the code, if the building official determines that any structure is unsafe, you notify the Historic Preservation Board. Where reasonably feasible within applicable laws and regulations, the building official shall endeavour to have the structure repaired rather than demolished and shall take into consideration any comments or recommendations by the board. This has been declared an unsafe structure. All you are doing here today is making a recommendation or a comment. You are not, this is not a, we are not requesting board approval as to whether they approve this or not. The determination has been made. So this is for your comments and recommendations, which may be considered by the building official.
Right, but I'm sorry, but the resolution says to restore and repair the structure.
Yes, and if you please read the resolution, the board can make those recommendations.
Okay.
That's
well,
what they can make.
that's
that
all I ask.
They can make that recommendation if that's what the board feels fit. But the structure has been declared as unsafe. You offer comments, recommendations through a resolution, which the building official may or may not consider.
But I'm saying, well, I'm just reading from the resolution. It says, recommending that the owner of 134 Florida Avenue, a contributing resource within the National and Local Register, McFarland Homestead Subdivision Historic District, work with the Historic Preservation Office to restore and repair the structure. Or if it's determined to be unsafe, then demolish. But it is part of the resolution. And I would just urge you to, again, consider something different because this continues to happen. And the gentleman has made his point very clearly. Thank you.
And I would say that we are aware of the loss of the properties in this district. And at the moment, I believe we're working with 4 or 5 property owners in the district to help bring them into compliance. So we do realise that these issues have occurred, but we also realise that, you know, in this neighbourhood, some people may not be aware of the processes. Some people don't have too much money. So we're not rushing out and imposing fines. We're working with them. We're seeing progress. We're seeing, 4 or 5 properties with code issues at the moment who are actually addressing.
Yeah, and honestly, it's always a struggle for me as the building official because short of actually having running fines forever and ever and ever, but the property continues to deteriorate just as the fines continue to, accumulate, there's not much more that I can do to force somebody to take care of their home. Only when it's this far gone that I could go in there and demolish it, but that's not what I want to do. I mean, that's never what I want to do for many reasons, especially not of a historic home. So we try to work with the owners of the properties, but there's no point in having a running fine that's never going to be paid and the home is never fixed.
Ms. Building Inspector, are the fines liens against the property?
The fines can become liens against the property.
Or are they liens against the property when they're placed? In other words, do you place a lien against the property for each of the
I don't know
fines?
specifically for this one. I've asked the attorney that's the outside counsel that's handling this case to come on Zoom so he can answer any of those questions. But even a lien doesn't, the goal is to preserve the property, not for the city to foreclose on a property or not for the city to make a lot of money off a home that isn't even worth what the fines are. So our goal is to make, protect the property, salvage it. And that's what we work towards. Now, there's only so much you could force a homeowner to do.
Is it possible that the city could step up and be more proactive in that regard, in the possibility of actually loaning them the money to do the repairs, overseeing the repairs, placing a lien for that loan on the property, and payable back if they sell it to a third party,
I understand, and
not
that's
payable back if they live in it and keep it up.
right. And I'm sure Donna could probably speak to these types of arrangements better than I can.
I'm thinking
but
also the possible
choose?
involvement of the Coral Gables Community Foundation as a source for low-interest loans or some way to
We have
allow
tried.
these people who have given so much to the Gables to preserve and
We have tried.
repair. No, not,
They have
not
tried
giving
in
them
the
money,
past.
not giving them money. I'm talking about giving them money to do it. Somehow, from some source.
Just so you're aware, the property is in ownership of an LLC. We're not talking about the original owners for the property.
So is it a developer of some sort that's,
I don't know, because we
several
have
of
not
them?
been able to make contact with them, no matter how hard we've tried.
May I interject and make another collateral comment, which is that maybe not in this case, but when we have scenarios like this where it's known in the community that a property is degrading in its integrity, and there are inspections, there should be teeth that could be put into things and require that the roofs be covered so that water doesn't keep coming in. There should be something other than putting a piece of paper on the door, you know.
the problem is that it's so hard to do that to people who can't afford those kind of
No,
things.
I understand.
That's why I suggest that we get some money from some other source and put it in there.
But I don't know whether you're talking about a restoration, if this had been restorable. But there should be intervention before a property sits for 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or 12 years and continues to deteriorate. Community around it is being harmed because they're having to see it. The children are seeing that their heritage in the community is disrespected. And, you know, so there has to, you know, we always get involved talking after the fact.
And you know, Bruce, every time one of these houses comes before us, it's always demolition by neglect.
Right.
And every time, at least as long as I've been on the board, we say, it's not going to happen again. And we urge the city to be more rigorous in enforcement. And yet, every year or two we have one of these. And this is a charming house, and yet it's. And I agree, when you have a house in a community that becomes an eyesore, it affects the values of the surrounding properties. And frankly, this place looks dangerous. So, I don't know what we can do to encourage the city to be more aggressive in enforcement. If you have anything weird in your trash pile, you're going to get cited for it. But we have a structure that's been neglected for years, and I recognize that you're working with the prior owner, and then all of a sudden he flips it to an LLC, and voila, you have to start all over again, and they're not even responsive. So this is deja vu all over again.
I know. And as for the city being more rigorous, I would be open to any ideas because, in all honesty, we have running fines does not protect the property. I could have had running fines on this house for the last 5 years. The original owner still sold it. The next owner still sold it. And the new one is still doing whatever he wants. So running fines would not have been making a difference in having them protect the structure. So I would happily take any recommendations on how you think that I could do a better job to protect these properties.
Well, I think one possibility, and I'm not a lawyer, but if there were liens that represented the fines that these people obviously cannot afford, so it's a hurtful thing to put a lien on somebody like this group, but I would say put the lien on it, and then if they sell it, that has to be satisfied.
Right, and the city would take the money, not the prior owner. That's the reality of it.
That's right.
Can I interject and ask an alternative question? If liens that were significant, because they're supposed to hurt, right, get your attention, if they have a condition that's going on for years and it gets to the point where it exceeds the value of the property, why can the governmental entity then not seize the property and then go through a process that finds alternative resources
To get it
to
done.
restore it?
Yeah.
But in future cases, as I was saying, do something to help the person who's living in it, whose family has had it, who can't afford to even protect the roof, help them fix the roof, cover it with a tarp, at least so that the continued water incursion doesn't destroy the entire interior. There needs to be a multi-level.
And I think you could see from the interior of this home that this
discussion
was
of
not
this.
just a water damage of the roof issue. So there's more to that here. And we've discussed many times on how we can encourage salvaging these properties and taking better care of these properties. And in all honesty, in every scenario where I see the city puts a lien or the city takes over the home, I don't think we're doing any justice to the homeowner.
I believe our outside counsel is on Zoom, and he may be able to answer a question. He may be able to confirm this. I believe someone like Habitat for Humanity or another group did look at this house and they decided not to touch it. They were doing work in other properties in the neighbourhood, but if the chair's okay, if we can bring Alex Palanzuelo on.
Yes, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Alex, can you confirm an outside organisation or a funding organisation did look at this property? I believe.
Yes, I worked with Rebuilding Together Miami-Dade, which is a private organization that looked at 134 Florida Avenue, and they were unwilling. They said that it was beyond their ability, that they didn't have the amount of funding that they would need in order to be able to repair the property, and they doubted it would even be repaired, so they were unable to help in this case.
Alex, how long ago was that?
I'd have to check for dates, but it was at least for 2 to 3 years ago that we were working with them. It took a while for them to assess. The city started looking at this area in 2000, I want to say 14 and 15, trying to get grants from Miami-Dade County. In some cases, the properties didn't qualify, and others, the homeowners weren't willing to sign for the grants. So the city has been working for years trying to find funding and help the homeowners to correct the violations and bring the properties up to code.
Right, and I'd also like to add that the exterior of the property does not really reflect what's going on inside. We're not allowed inside the property. We're not even allowed into their backyard. So by the time we see it, it's beyond, it's very, very bad. So there have been many attempts made, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I would love to hear what the solution is, but we've worked it many ways, and, short of taking the home from the owners, throwing them out, and the city getting into the business of restoring historic homes.
The
I'm
city
honestly
did
at a
look at
loss.
one, even on a national level, trying to find sources, and we couldn't find them other than Rebuilding Together Miami-Dade or the county grant program, and they couldn't help this problem.
It seems that you and your staff has done all you can do. And I want to say again, as Ms. Carbonell mentioned, I think this, among all the villages that we have in Coral Gables, all of George Merrick's beautiful work pales in comparison to the importance of this one, not necessarily the beauty of it, but the importance of it. These people built Coral Gables, and I think it's the most important of all the villages that we have, and we should do everything, including coming up with funds to help these people out of this misery. So I don't see how it's not possible to get a bank or some group to help and let the city collect liens or make liens on the properties and get paid back if the property is sold. So anyway, I have to shut up about it.
I had long discussions when I was a preservation officer with Craig Lane, who was the attorney then, about trying to figure out to set up some type of fund, some kind of revolving fund, so it wouldn't even be a loan. It would be some kind of a fund that we could tap into for these types of homes, and
Maybe it's fines from other properties that we use as the fund.
I understand, but I just want to make a point because I know that that has been a conversation in the past. But if you're the neighbor that lives in another McFarland home that's nationally designated and you spend your hard-earned money
That's
to
the
protect your property,
Yes.
why should your neighbor get the money?
right,
I'm sorry, it's just, it seems like a simple answer, but it's not. It really isn't. What you need is a private developer to come in there that wants to do historic homes, like what happened with Brooker Street. He bought it and he's going to maintain them and he's going to restore them. But other than that,
that was exactly the issue. And I had homeowners that are there that had worked their whole lives, and their homes are in pristine condition, and
you're rewarding bad behavior, in all honesty.
they weren't happy about
No, you're right.
neighbors.
I understand that.
I have a question. Warren and Madam Official, the recommendation has been made by the staff that if the home is demolished, that it be rebuilt as it was. Now, how can you enforce that?
Absolutely, through the board order, and actually it goes through Historic Preservation Board, the new project to get approval. We don't issue a permit until we have that approval in place.
Do you record something in the public records imposing these requirements on the property so any successor owner knows what the obligations of the homeowner would be?
I don't know if Alex wants to comment on that, because I know the property is actually listed for sale to demolish and build your dream home. And that is obviously not what we're going to allow to be done there. So Alex, how does that work?
The historic designation of the property is recorded. So anybody who is going to purchase this property, who does their due diligence, will see that it's historically designated. And the requirement that they build a home that's historically appropriate in the event it has to be demolished is in the city zoning code.
Yes,
So-
but that's not that's not the requirement that we're talking about. The requirement that we're talking about is replicating same dimension, same architectural detail. And just because your home is historically designated and it's disappeared,
Yeah, I understand.
the fact that it's, the property is historically designated doesn't put you on notice that you have to rebuild what's there.
Exactly.
Alex, how do we do that?
Well, the code does put people on notice. The fact that there are ordinances is notice to the world, but specifically, I would have to look at that to see exactly how to best accomplish it. But if indeed somebody tried to get an approval to demolish the structure through the approval process, they would, of course, not be allowed without the condition, as has happened in one other case, that they rebuild a historically appropriate replica. So, I mean, there's legally normally no way that it can be done without this provision of the code being enforced against the applicant.
The new home has to come through the Historic Preservation Board, correct? Not through staff. The infill home has to
Right,
come
as
in.
part of the approval process for the permits for demolition or anything else, they have to go through historic review, and some things can be approved by staff, but others have to go to the Historic Preservation Board. And I believe in the case where a historic structure is being replaced with a historic replica, and I don't know if it did go through the board because they met the criteria for staff approval. That I would defer to Warren Adams.
No, this never came to the board because an application was never submitted by the prior owner.
It's demolition.
No, not in this case, but
And let me point out, the previous owner only owned the property for about a year. Prior to him, I believe it was owned by a very long-standing member of the community. And Mr. Prime can probably confirm that. So not that I'm trying to let anyone off the hook here, but this has only happened in the past couple of years. It's not as if some developer bought it 10, 15 years ago and just let it. It was owned by a long-standing homeowner.
Correct.
in the case I was referring to, it did indeed go to the Historic Preservation Board for a special certificate of appropriateness.
Through the chair, can I ask a question of staff?
Go ahead.
So I think it's a similar question to what Mr. Maxwell asked, is if the condition is to rebuild a replica, has the city been successful in those? Again, in the past couple of years that I've been on the board, I don't know that that's happened.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
So if the requirement is to build back a replica of what was there if it is demolished, does the city, what other examples of that exist in the city?
I don't know if it's been done before, but this is one of the ways that we're trying to turn things round. And this was it? Yeah.
In the mic, please.
The property across from St. Mary's, which is 134 Fro, collapsed while they were in permitting for repairs and restoration, and that property was entirely rebuilt.
And what was the mechanism that required them to do that?
They were in the process of going through. They were in the process going through a county grant for affordable housing, and the plans were in place, and they worked with us. It's historic preservation, so it was historic preservation and affordable housing, I think. And so all the plans were in place, and we were getting, approval by the county to do everything, and so we required them.
The plans were in place as a replica? Or was it another type?
The plans were in place to restore it, and then it collapsed, so then we had to revise the plans, but it was
It's
built
different.
back exactly like it was.
So
Right,
In
because
fact,
that's almost
better,
like the
because it
owner
had-
wanted to
Yeah.
salvage the house from the beginning. So, but I really think that the best way is if we can find a legal way of requiring that it absolutely be rebuilt as a replica, because then that removes the incentive of purchasing, letting them demolish by neglect and buying it, and building your dream home.
And just to be clear, the current owner, the one who never got in touch with us, I think Alex could confirm, he actually signed an agreement saying that he would rebuild a wood frame replica if it could not be restored, as did the prior owner. He didn't actually sign the agreement. We were in the process of working on it, and he sold the property. But the current owner did actually sign that agreement.
How can you force him? How can you enforce that if you can't even find him when you've gone there too?
Because you don't sign off on their permits.
Right, I was gonna say, I just don't issue the permit. I don't have the proper approvals in place. I don't have Historic Preservation Board approval, which is a requirement in our code. I don't issue the permit.
So if I
They'd
could
have to sue us, I
follow up on a
suppose.
question for Ms. Cabrera or the or the attorney, is in the code it says shall take into consideration any comments and recommendations by the board. If we make a recommendation and we have a signature from the owner that says that they would rebuild it, is that enough to force them to do it, to rebuild a replica or not? And again, I'm just trying to get the final from what's the mechanism by which it can be enforced? And again,
That's a
maybe the
legal
attorney can answer
question.
that one.
I mean, I know me as a building official, I would absolutely not issue the permit because I know that's what this board wants. And I think that's the only way to send a message out that the city's not, that we're serious about salvaging these properties.
And the outside, our outside attorney, perhaps?
Alex or Gus?
I think at the end of the day, this all comes down to the fact that any further building that is approved on this site still comes to this board for approval and simply will not attain approval until it is built in the same way that this board feels is appropriate.
It
Right.
it
So the
seems like we have
question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then you have all the standard code enforcement mechanisms to enforce your code to make sure that they do it. Ultimately, it could even go to court with an injunction action.
Did this
if
have any
necessary.
fines that we negotiated previously?
There never were any fines. We were working with the homeowner so that she could sell it to someone who was going to fix it up. And ultimately, that person determined that he couldn't do it and sought approval to demolish and rebuild with not only historically appropriate structure, but also salvaging the elements that he could to use in the new structure.
So, excuse me, if I may ask one more question for the chair. So this is for the attorneys. The resolution as being recommended or provided by staff, the last sentence or last part of the sentence says,
and build a wood frame replica with salvaged material. Is that resolution by this board enough to require a presentation by a future owner or the same owner to come back to this board and meet that condition? Or does it have to live someplace else?
At the end of the day, I believe what is proposed today is a resolution recommending. Nothing that this board is passing is binding. What is binding is the existing code would require the property owner to come back before this board for approval of the new structure.
Then, I'm sorry, I got one more. So if we make a recommendation to the building official, who in the code shall take into consideration any comments or recommendations from the board, then the building official can make that determination.
If it's within the authority. Go ahead, Alex.
They would have to come back to the Historic Preservation Board for variances in order to be able to build a wood frame construction structure in Coral Gables. So that's one thing at least. And also, I think the wood facade would also have to have a variance from historic preservation. So that those two elements in and of themselves require that it come back before the board.
Sorry, so I got one more, and again, maybe this is back to the building official. If the building official makes a determination, in her determination, can she require, based on a recommendation resolution from the Historic Preservation Board, that it shall be built as a wood frame replica in some sort of official document from the building official, so that it lives somewhere officially? Again, that's for the attorney.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that power as the building official for the next building official to have to comply with what you want. Maybe the next guy wants a modern house, right? So
That's exactly the point.
right, no, I understand. And
Couldn't it be like a restrictive covenant or something that's placed on the property so that
It'd be
if it's
mutual.
sold again?
but I think that has to be mutual, like the
That'd be
owner
mutual.
has to.
Gus, you can chime in here, but I think that in order to bind successor owners, you're going to have to record a restrictive covenant that runs with the land that says that when the replacement structure needs to be identical and incorporate these salvaged elements unless there is a variance granted. So I just don't see how, excuse me while I'm still speaking. I'm concerned that we're putting in place restrictions that have no teeth and that relies upon the diligence of somebody who's really busy and gets lots of permits in every day. So it's, and if you don't go to the, okay, we know that anybody buying property and building in Coral Gables has to comply with the code, okay? But when you have specific requirements that are property specific, that's not in our code. And and so we're putting a lot of burden on preservation, on the building department, and on this board, and hoping that it gets caught. So I think we need to find a mechanism to put in place restrictive covenants.
I think that actually, if there's a way for us to, in our zoning code, require that these homes, if they are demolished or demolition by neglect, that they have to be rebuilt as a replica. Maybe that's the only way. I hate to think like this in front of a board, and
I believe my
but I mean that
has
might.
that, and I thought we did have it. That's why I've been furiously trying to go
We
through our
discussed
code.
it.
Yes.
But I don't know if that ever happened.
I don't know.
Actually, that's one way to provide an enforcement mechanism. But we can't decide that today. We don't have that power.
Yeah, there's no
So
presupposition.
if I may, one item that you can do is you can recommend as part of your motion, everything you just suggested, direct staff to look at an opportunity to record a restrictive covenant. I don't think it's necessary in this case because it still comes back to this board. And this situation is a very unique one in that this property has gone to the Construction Regulation Board, and correct me if I'm wrong, was determined to be an unsafe structure,
Right.
correct?
I haven't taken it to Construction Regulation Board yet because I'm bringing it here first.
Understood. So if it was to be determined to be an unsafe structure, that is a different process for demolition. A normal property that is in neglect but is not an unsafe structure would come to this board for a COA for demolition. And as part of that COA, this board can condition the issuance of the demolition permit that a new building permit be issued. So your building permit would be issued, you'd review that first, and that approval would then grant the demolition. So you'd know exactly what you were approving prior to the issuance of the demolition. But because this is a slightly nuanced case with a slightly different issue, we are kind of relying on the fact that when this comes back, it hopefully should be caught. I don't imagine that being an issue, but yes, it would come back to this board for approval, and unless this entire board changes, in that time, I would assume that somebody would know, whether it be staff or whether it be the board, that this needs to comply with the original recommendation of the board, which is that it be the exact same structure.
So the deviation here, the one-off, is the demolition by neglect plus declaration of an
Well, that's why
unsafe.
before you today is strictly a recommendation and not a request for certificate of appropriateness for demolition. So I think that's where we can make the distinction. But there are significant, in my opinion, there's enough in the code to prevent this property from being rebuilt in another fashion. But as part of your recommendation, if you see it fit, you can put that staff will work on looking at the possibility of recording a restrictive covenant to codify and memorialize your recommendation.
So,
Ms. Carbonell has been waiting.
I know. I
Let's let
apologize,
Ms.
but I
Carbonell
want to read
speak.
something of the code after you're done.
Into the mic.
I think we're all asking about, what's going to happen. I would suggest you go back to 117 Florida Avenue. That was exactly what the covenant, was supposed to do, which is they were granted demolition, but they had to rebuild exactly back to scale. And again, I don't know what status that is, but that should be an example. I mean, is the owner complying with that? So I don't know what.
The difference is that in that one, the owner's cooperating. So, and I understand that it should be part of the public record so that the buyers know that this property has restrictions. Otherwise, they come to this board and they say, I didn't know.
Right.
Because it's not usual that you would have such restrictions.
And the Realtor listing has, as we mentioned, build your dream home. It's part of Little Bahamas. That's what they're saying. It's part of the Little Bahamas area, which is totally, not within the district. And so all that misinformation gets out there. So here, we are as a historical society, and of course with the staff, we try to always correct that. But, and let's just think about the Deauville, what happened. They had over $1 million in fines, they were taken to court, blah, blah. It was basically demolished, and what happened was the city of Miami Beach, none of our municipalities have legislative mechanism to stop this. And what we need is a legislative action, because a property that is landmarked should have some protection, right? I mean, that's why they're landmarked. Now, this is we hardly get these because, it's demolition by neglect. And as I said, back in 2009, this property was already in decline. Now, why? Of course, the city doesn't have any mechanism. No one has, that keeps selling. The neighborhood keeps being gentrified. And so the action is, and this is something that, is being worked on, which is a legislative action that gives municipalities a mechanism for a property that's landmarked, that triggers a certain, let's say it's got, X number of code violations. It'll trigger it. And then the municipality can go in and, basically do what it needs to do, which is protect the property and sell it, or whatever. But it has to be a legislative action. So I really urge that we don't talk about this, hopefully. I appreciate you listening to me and giving me the floor.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else in the audience who would like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? Bryce.
I can understand that the unsafe structure was there. Is that because of all of the unpulled permits? Was that because of all of the building without the permits?
No. That's because the condition of the home is not safe. We went out there and looked at the home, and there's also a report of it on the property.
Only reason
It's, no, it's unsafe because we went and visited the property, and I believe there's also a report by structural engineer that the home is unsafe.
The only reason why I asked that is there was a realtor there on Sunday showing the place. I filed a police report because they went in through the back door. So it can't be all that unsafe.
Well,
But the thing is that, yes, the property is there, and we need to preserve these historic homes and do whatever we can to restore them. And need to ask I need to say it, there needs to be some of the black contractors who've worked in various areas who know how to work with these homes to restore them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to close the public portion. I have a question. Now, it's deemed unsafe,
Correct.
needs to be demolished, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Who's going to demolish it?
The city will demolish it if they
Okay.
don't proceed with the demolition.
Who's going to salvage the materials, and who's going to save the materials so that when this gets rebuilt next year, 5 years from now, or 20 years from now, those materials can be used?
Public Works would have to do that. We've never done it before that I know of, but it would absolutely be a challenge. That's the honest truth.
That is something that has to be determined.
Yes.
You actually
Good
have.
question.
You preserved a ceiling that we saved from the Ryan Motors Cars building for about 5 years over at the old incinerator property, and it's now in the Wolfsonian. And it's the roof, it's the ceiling in the Wolfsonian. And so that was there for a long time. Mayor Corrigan was instrumental in that. Mr. Adams, I have a question for you. Do we have documentation on this property that shows what it looks like originally or very close to its original time?
No,
Photographs, anything?
No historic photographs.
Because the picture in front is, the picture that's been shown over here, the front obviously has an addition to it. And so, I mean, to say that we would rebuild it exactly as it is would be this, okay?
It would
No,
have
no,
been a porch.
the front was a porch
It was a
that's been
porch.
enclosed.
Okay,
The
but do we
the prior owner's intent was to unenclose the porch, which is why we agreed to allow the rear addition to be a little bit larger. If he unenclosed the porch, we would give him the extra space on the addition at the back.
In the back.
Okay, but do we know that the porch was originally there? I mean, I guess that's the whole point. I mean, we don't really, I mean, we're talking
Usually they
about
can
trying
tell
to
that when they
require
get in
people
and look at the
to
roof
rebuild
numbers.
something that we don't know what it looked like.
Well, when it was
Well, you
placed on
can,
the
you could-
National Register, wasn't there an inventory and photographic evidence of all the contributing structures?
Yeah, that would be one of the earliest photos, but you can restore a property to a point in time. No one says you have to restore it to when it was first built. You could restore this property to the period where the best evidence is available.
Ms. Spain?
Thank you. There's a section in the zoning code, section 8108, that's demolition by neglect. It's part of the historic portion of the code, not that it isn't everywhere. Our portion isn't just one place. And I remember doing this with Manny Lopez years ago. It says here, if any building, structure, landscape feature, improvement site, or portion thereof, which has been historically designated pursuant to the historic preservation provision, in the opinion of the Historic Preservation Board or the Historic Preservation Officer in this article, or the city building official, falls into the state of disrepair so as to potentially jeopardize its structural stability and/or architectural integrity, or the safety of the public and surrounding structures, the Historic Preservation Officer or the city building official shall have the right of entry onto the subject property and may inspect the subject property after 48 hours notice to the owner of intent to inspect. In the event that the property owner refuses, the city may file a blah, blah, blah. And then it says the city may require that the property owner retain a professional structural engineer that does a report. And upon receipt of such report, the property owner shall immediately take steps to effect all necessary remedial and corrective action, and may be required, and has to do remedial action in this regard, shall include but not limited to the structural shoring, stabilization, and/or restoration of any or all exterior walls, including their original architectural details, interior load-bearing walls, columns, beams, roof trusses, and framings, blockage of openings, and securing existing windows. The owner shall substantially complete such corrective actions within 30 days. So we have the ability to tell them they have to rebuild it, basically.
And we have.
Yeah.
That's the point.
I
We have a
that's all
structural
we have,
report.
But
We've
we
gone
can
through
tell
all
them
this.
they have to do that.
Yeah, it's just how do you force them
Yeah,
to
I
do
get
it?
it.
Especially when they don't return calls, they...
Absolutely. Every time that since I've been the director, when code enforcement goes and finds a property with a maintenance issue, and it looks to me like a home that's from the 1920s or 30s, that I'm a structural engineer, but I'm more or less, I always tell them to copy historic. And the actions that we take when we get outside counsel involved is, we want you to put a tarp on the roof, we want you to cover the windows, we want you to shore up the structure to salvage it. This was too far gone. And honestly, from the exterior, I would say that it wasn't that obvious that the property was in such disrepair.
Any motions?
And to remind, this is just a recommendation, but you may wish to consider mentioning covenants, you may wish to consider mentioning looking into potential changes to the code, which does enforce property owners to rebuild if they're found to be leaving a property to decay. I have worked in cities where that is in the code.
Well, I think this issue needs to be taking a look at, because definitely there's a hole somewhere. And this hole needs to be plugged up.
Well, do you mean the hole in identifying the defects right at the start, or do you mean a hole in no requirement for someone to rebuild a replica?
A hole where these structures go too far and they're too far gone, and then they have to be
As was
demolished.
said in this particular case, when you look at the property from the front, it actually doesn't look too bad. So without, unless we try and enforce the section of the code where we request access within 48 hours, but based on what?
Based on what? Because I could enter a property as a building official if I feel there's imminent danger, but that does not look like there's imminent danger. So, there's property rights that people have and a right to privacy. So it's not so easy to just go into every home, historic home in the city, to see how it looks on the inside.
So
Now,
how did you determine that it needed to be demolished then? If you
I've
can't
been
go,
in there
if you
since.
can't go on the property?
I've been in there since.
Yeah.
We were invited onto the property by the previous owner.
Okay.
So for this property in particular, and I don't know if it has any real legal teeth to it, but we have our electronic permitting system, and we could identify a parcel, and I could put a hold on the parcel saying that the Historic Preservation Board wishes that this be a replica of what was there before, so that it sits in our system. It's part of the public record. Anybody doing research on the property could see that. I believe I could ask IT about that. for this property in particular. And then, of course, there's also the question is if you all want to explore looking at the code to make it a requirement in the code.
I think that's a good start.
Certainly a potential deterrent if it's there in black and white. If people see it and they, if I let this property go, I'm not going to sell it to a developer who's going to build 2 floors and max out the property. If I let this collapse, who's going to buy it off of me if all they can build is exactly what was there? Doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would add that if there's going to be a resolution to the effect of what staff has written in the case file description in our agenda, that that the board recommend before demolition can be effected, if that's where this goes, that they shall have a determination that they have architectural drawings that are accurate down to the inch that show what the envelope of the building is and would show what the interior structural elements that you were speaking of, the rafters and, and how the bones of the house that are not seen from the street exist. And if that doesn't exist, then the computer scan, or the digital scanning of the exterior of a building, but I don't know how expensive that is. I don't know whether there's some way to do it, who could be required, but I think there has to be good documentation, either drawings or a scan, so that whoever is forced to rebuild has the information. That puts teeth into it too, because you've got to get the details about the simplicity of the windows and their placement and the siding, everything. And they should also put specimens. When it goes to demolition, then with staff involved, I would add that the resolution should say that specimens from the house that inform all of the important elements that have to be replicated be captured and stored, okay? So that they don't go to Home Depot and just get siding that sort of looks like it,
Yeah, so maybe I'll put you a little at ease. The first step that we're taking as a city or as the building official is to board up the property to keep people out for safety. And because we don't know what they're doing in there. I mean, they could be doing something, demolishing something that they could make the house collapse and all that. So it's not like I'm demolishing the property next week. Our first step is to board it up. And I don't have a deadline on that I need to demolish it right away. If we're coming out of hurricane season, then I'm probably more likely to allow it to run a little longer since we know the property is for sale. Maybe the new owners want to work on doing something for the property and we could enter into some type of agreement. So it's not like I'm in a rush to go demolish the property. I am in a rush to protect it and to keep people off the property.
I understand that, but I'm asking that
I understand.
before the governmental entity exercises its duty to do what it has to do, that those steps to protect the architectural information about the building be archived in a way, and like Donna was saying, keep specimens of window frames and of siding, et cetera, so that then something can be done that makes it possible to replicate it. Finding the teeth to prevent this is a different animal. So I think that has to be another conversation that we revisit later. Okay, I'm sorry, but.
Okay.
I float a motion. I'm not sure that I've been able to document all of the recommendations, but what I'm thinking is that we recite that in light of these historic structure listed on the national and local register, being found to be an unsafe structure, and notwithstanding the city's multiple efforts to contact the current owner and work with them, that the city is determined that the structure should be demolished. But before it's demolished, the following conditions should be met. One, that there be, and the architects chime in here, measured drawings of the existing conditions or the structure.
I would say measured detailed drawings.
Measured detailed drawings of the structure and decorative details. That that at the time of demolition, that the materials that are salvageable be salvaged, as well as sample details, samples of the architectural detail. That these materials that are salvaged be retained by the city and stored. That there be, to the extent feasible, a restrictive covenant placed in the public records indicating the requirement that any improvements to the property be an exact replica of the existing structure. That the city flag in its building records, that no permit can be granted or issued on the property without the approval of historic preservation and the building official. And I think that the city should reach out to the listing broker and ask that the Build Your Dream Home moniker be changed to reflect that it's a historic property. But that's not coming, that's me throwing in an idea. Thoughts?
If I could make one friendly amendment to add what you just mentioned, everything except the last sentence is to contact the broker and inform them of this condition.
Okay, I think that that's entirely appropriate.
And code amendment? Text amendment?
Okay, well, okay, let me just say, do we want a resolution on this property specific and then a recommendation
Yes.
to the city?
I think it should be.
Okay, so this proposed resolution or recommendation would be specific to the property at 134 Florida Avenue, Coral Gables.
Do we have a second? I'll second. Mr. Fullerton seconds it.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalf?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Now,
Wow.
I think I may need some more direction from my esteemed colleagues. What we are recommending to the city commission and our esteemed colleagues from the legal beagles on the city team, that are we asking that if a structure is demolished as a result of demolition by neglect, that the property owner be required to replace it with an exact replica?
My only question is, will be required or may be required?
I say will be required.
So this is a,
I think it should be required, and I don't know whether it's an exact replica, because like this one should get the porch back, you know? I mean, there have been alterations to the property sometimes with and without permits, and if they neglect it and it falls down or it has to be demolished, they should put it back appropriately.
So we can do to the moment in time as provided by the historic preservation officer, because
Right.
original existing gets confusing.
yeah.
And I would use the word replica rather than exact. You don't wanna
Okay,
use
you're
it
right.
Because we've got code issues that are gonna come into play.
Right,
And all
exactly.
these things, so just a replica or an architectural replica. The interior doesn't matter particularly.
That's right.
So it's really how we're dealing with the exterior.
And that would be a text amendment to the zoning code.
That would be an amendment to the zone code.
Be an amendment to the zoning code, so it would need to go to the planning and zoning board and to the city commission.
So Peggy,
Would
you
it come
wanna
back
continue
to us
with
to
that recommendation?
review before it gets approved by the commission?
Could you repeat that, Bruce?
No, it was Mr. Fullerton who was speaking. I have another question, though, for you, a friendly amendment. Go ahead. He
Okay, I'm
wants you to
sorry.
repeat.
I was simply wondering if we want that resolution, after it's written in the code, to come back to us to take a look at, see if
They
it's,
do come back to you.
A draft?
yeah.
A draft.
So the question is, do you want for the next meeting potential language brought forward before finalising it, or do you want the final document coming to you?
Yeah, that would be better.
I think it would make sense to
Yeah,
have
right. And then
suggested
just see
language.
if we have any
Yeah.
minor modifications to suggest.
But I would offer a friendly amendment to what you just said, which is, you said putting the property owner on notice. I would say, and any successors, because they're flipping the properties.
Right.
So not binding just the person who in the moment, but anybody who in the future takes possession of the property.
Perhaps the ordinance would authorize the city to file a notice that the property has been, is designated as historic and is subject to, has been determined by the city to have violated this, the demolition by neglect. And if so if there's a finding by the city that that there's been demolition by neglect and the property is subsequently demolished, then the property owner would be required to replace the demolished structure with a replica of the structure meeting the approval of the preservation officer and this board?
Yes.
It would have to come to you anyway, yes.
Okay, and that the city would, as part of that determination, file a notice in the public records.
Do we have a second?
So if I may, at this point, I think you're only just giving direction to staff. I don't think we need a full resolution. As long as staff feels that they have enough information to go ahead and prepare something. Once it's presented to you, then you can pass a resolution
Yeah.
recommending the adoption of the zoning code amendment. At this point, I don't think a formal resolution is required as long as staff feels comfortable and they have sufficient information to bring back that language to you.
Yeah, and we'll look at other city codes and see how they do it and put the information together to bring back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, so then we would have submitted the preservation staff in conjunction with the city attorney would prepare a proposed text amendment to the code,
Yeah.
zoning code.
Yeah. Bring it back to you to make sure you're happy with it, and then you would determine to move forward. Because we want to make sure there's no legal issues and things as well. So I think it's best to give us time to look at other codes and work with the city and just make sure it's enforceable and legal.
I think that makes sense if the board.
And there are local municipalities that have added their presumption clause that
I've definitely seen it before, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, and thanks, Gus.
Good. All right. Next case. Case file AV 2019-003. An application requesting ad valorem tax relief for the property at 1206 Cordova Street, a local historic landmark legally described as Lot 7 in the south one half of Lot 8, Block 1, Granada Place, amended plat according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 13 at page 51 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The related Special Certificate of Appropriateness, COA SP 2017-015, was granted design approval by the Historic Preservation Board on August 17th, 2017.
Can you go to the very first item, please, of the PowerPoint? This is the ad valorem. There you go. Thank you. So this location map of the property, it's 1206 Cordova. The date of the original permit was 1925. It was permit number 1431 in the city. This is a circa 1940s photo of the property that you see on the screen now. Property was designated and listed on the Coral Gables Register of Historic Places in March of 2017. So I'm going to scroll through photographs while I tell you the scope of work. They're pretty self-explanatory, what's before and after. So the general restoration and renovation work included new impact-resistant windows and doors to match the existing that were already on the house, removal of non-original carport at the north side of the house, which you will see right there. And that's it without it. And after actually removing the carport necessitated a large amount of stucco restoration work, because when they removed the carport, there were all sorts of different textures, and they removed a lot of the stucco. So they worked really hard to match the texture of what was appropriate. Removal in addition to the west at the rear of the house. There's a new arched entry door to reflect the original screen door shape. They reintroduced true barrel tile coping that you see on the detached garage here. Was previously S-tile. A new barrel tile roof on the house. They painted the house and the detached garage. New impact-resistant carriage doors to match the existing doors. This is the screen porch addition from 1959 at the rear of the house that was demolished. And that was the new addition that was approved by the board. We had new canvas awnings, stucco repair, mechanical, electrical, plumbing system upgrades. This addition that you see, new septic system tank and drain fields. There was a new perimeter wall and gates at the front of the property, installation of new paver walkways and driveway. Here you see an original planter that was completely obscured before, which they've brought back and now feature, and installation of new landscaping. So we do recommend approval of the application.
Any questions?
Yes.
Anyone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor of this case? Anybody in the audience who'd like to speak in opposition to this case?
Who can be in opposition to it?
That's what you got to do. Any questions, comments?
I just have one question. Can I vote on this since my name is all over it and I signed the first report? And, I mean, is it okay for me to vote on it or should I recuse myself? I feel I can vote on it and not be biased.
As long as you can be fair and impartial and
Okay.
you don't have a actual conflict, it's fine.
She didn't do the final inspection or anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't do the inspections on it. Okay.
Motions?
I'll move to approve the designation of this house on Cordova.
I second. And I think congratulations on a lovely job. It's
Okay, Mr. Fullerton and Ms. Rolando.
Mr. Garcia Pons.
So, what was the motion for? Was it
For approval.
approval of the
Of the
The ad
designation.
valorem.
the designation or the ad valorem?
Ad valorem.
Ad valorem.
oh, I'm sorry, ad valorem.
Sorry.
Can we confirm that it's an approval for the ad valorem?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
That.
Second?
That's, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm happy to answer now if you want to ask me again.
Mr. Garcia Pons.
Yes.
Mr. Durana.
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes.
Ms. Spain.
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Hav.
Yes.
Ms. Rolando.
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton.
yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes. Okay, next case file LHD 2022-005. Consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 1901 Lejeune Road. Legally describes as lots 1 and 2, Block 9, Coral Gables, Section K, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 8, page 33 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Can we play the video, please?
The apartment building at 1901 Lejeune Road is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. It was designed by architect Martin Hari in 1925. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks. A local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 1901 Lejeune Road is eligible for a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment and era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. The multifamily residence at 1901 Lejeune Road is located on the southeast corner of Lejeune Road and Majorca Avenue on a 50-foot by 100-foot lot in Coral Gables, Section K. Coral Gables, originally conceived as a suburb of Miami, attracted investors from across the nation during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s. Founder George Merrick envisioned a fully conceived and cohesively designed Mediterranean-inspired city, which is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. The construction of this Mediterranean revival-style apartment building at 1901 Lejeune Road occurred during this initial phase, simultaneous to the incorporation of the city. In developing Coral Gables, Merrick purposely embraced both City Beautiful and Garden City movements. Garden City precepts included apportioning portions of the city to specific uses and planning for various incomes. Towards this end, a business district was planned along the large boulevard west of the Granada Golf Course in the area circled in orange on this map. However, in April 1922, George Merrick acquired a 140-acre addition east of Lejeune Road to Douglas Road and decided to move the business section along Alhambra Plaza in the area outlined in blue. With this decision, Merrick continued to acquire land and to fulfill his Garden City-inspired plans for the east side of Coral Gables. In 1923, Merrick purchased portions of Douglas Grove Fruit Farm from pioneer John Douglas for a distinctive section of high-grade apartment houses that would provide housing for the working-class residents. This area is outlined in red. The yellow star indicates the location of the apartment building at 1901 Lejeune Road, bordering these two districts. Throughout the early 1920s, Merrick continued to acquire land and lot sales and construction boomed. As Coral Gables grew exponentially, so did its workforce, and home construction could not keep pace. By the mid-1925, the housing shortage in Coral Gables was critical. Founder George Merrick attacked the issue on several fronts, which included soliciting investors to work with his team to build apartment buildings north of the business district. The apartment building in 1901 Lejeune Road was the result of investor Charles Bowman of Bowman Construction partnering with architect Martin Hari. Hari had been designing in Coral Gables since its inception for the firms of Walter DeGarmo and M.L. Hampton, and was well versed in the Mediterranean Revival style architecture, as well as Merrick's vision for Coral Gables. Charles Bowman had invested heavily in Coral Gables when lots first went on sale, and was hired as an assistant sales manager for the Coral Gables Corporation. By 1925, Bowman had left this position, formed Bowman Construction, and was launching Bowman Heights, a working-class subdivision across from the Granada entrance. Bowman was clearly striving to meet the housing need and hired Hari to design numerous apartment buildings in Coral Gables and in Bowman Heights. Architect Martin Hari practiced in Coral Gables from the early 1920s into the 1960s. He designed one of the earliest homes in the city at 637 Alcazar Avenue, which was permit number 25. In 1923, while working for Hampton, who was a member of Merrick's original design team, Hari won a design competition for the best typical Florida bungalow. He parlayed this recognition into branching out on his own. By 1925, Hari had officially opened his own practice. This coincided with the Greater Miami's region scrambling to address the housing shortage, and Hari very quickly accumulated numerous apartment building commissions. A review of building records showed that Hari and H. George Fink were the most prolific designers of multifamily and commercial buildings in Coral Gables in response to the housing shortage in the mid-1920s. While a number of Fink's buildings have been designated as landmarks, most of Hari's Coral Gables commission from this period have either been demolished or heavily altered. The commercial building at 2101 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, pictured here, is an example. Hari aided in shaping the new city in the early 1920s, responded to the dire housing shortage in the mid-1920s, and continued to contribute to the architectural fabric of the city for the next few decades. In the mid-1950s, he was appointed to the city's Supervisor Architecture Board, and in the 1960s, he was amongst the group of architects who rallied under fellow architect James Dean to purchase and preserve the Douglas entrance. Designation of the apartment building at 1901 Lejeune Road would honor the long-time contributions of this early Coral Gables architect. In this 1938 aerial photo, you can see the initial construction that occurred in Merrick's multi-housing section. When the 1926 hurricane hit, it curtailed building in the area, a trend that continued throughout the economic depression of the 1930s. However, while construction ground to a halt in other sections of the city, there was a slow, continuous building of apartments, most likely due to the marketability of rental units during hard economic times. In the 1940s, with the general resurgence of building, coupled with increased need for affordable housing, the city officially established the Coral Gables Apartment District to encourage construction. The area is now referred to as North Ponce. The 1963 aerial photo on the right shows how it developed. Hence, originally planned and developed as the city's apartment house area, the North Ponce area has retained that primary use, with the multifamily building at 1901 Lejeune Road being one of the first units built. The multifamily residence at 1901 Lejeune Road is built in the Mediterranean Revival style, which characterized Coral Gables in the 1920s. During the initial development period, architectural design specifically combined elements using Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture, and has come to be known as the Mediterranean Revival style. During the 1920s, structures and amenities were built almost exclusively in accordance with this style. Mediterranean Revival also incorporated Beaux-Arts elements. While were not common features in Coral Gables' version of the style, the building at 1901 Lejeune Road is an example. Some of these classical features include its symmetrical street-facing facades, the cast ornamentation on its front facade, such as the molded string course and belt course, the center window ensemble with smooth textured surround blocks and architrave, as well as the concave diff in the parapet with the urn crest and foliage feature, and a series of cast plaques on the first-story openings. Other character-defining features are discussed in the designation report and include its textured stucco, combination of roof types, shed roof porch bays with exposed rafter tails and clad in cap and pan two-piece barrel tile, recessed windows with projecting stills, and in vents grouped as decorative accents. The multifamily residence at 1901 Lejeune Road has 4 apartments, 2 units on each floor. The 2-story building retains its original massing. It is rectangular in plan under a flat roof with parapets. There are 2-story projecting bays, 2 on the north facade and 1 on the south facade. They were originally designed as sleeping porches and are now utilized as living space. These bays have shed roofs covered in two-piece barrel tile. A series of classical features contribute to the distinguishing presence of this primary Lejeune Road facade. A flat-faced belt course runs between the first and second story, and a molded string course emphasizes the top of the second story and the beginning of the parapet. The main entry is located at the center of the facade. Above it, a series of classical features draw attention to the central doorway and emphasize the facade's symmetry. Centered above the front door, a large second-story window has a classical ensemble whose smooth texture contrasts with the texture stucco of the facade. The ensemble includes surround blocks and an architrave. The surround sits on a belt course, and the top of the architrave is marked with the molded feature whose profile matches the string course. Sitting above the architrave molding is a flat semicircle, which is framed by the string course, which juts up around it. The parapet above this ensemble curves down. A finial urn sits on the curve and appears to be perched upon the crest, and the foliage feature that delicately flows over the molded string course. Between the first and second story windows are cast plaques, such as the one in the lower right photo. Here are the side and rear facades of the building. Note the projecting bays with their exposed rafter tails and the two-piece barrel tile roofs. There are cast masonry plaques between the windows on the Majorca side. The original design for the property included a 2-car detached garage south of the apartment building, as seen in these 1960s photos. Permit records indicate that in 1985, the garage was subject of code violation citations and was subsequently deemed an unsafe structure and was allowed to be demolished. This area of the property now serves as a small parking lot for the building residents. Notable alterations to the apartment building primarily involved the front entry and the fenestration, and occurred predominantly in 2015. In 1956, a permit was issued to replace the 20 original casement windows for aluminum awnings, which you can see in the photos on the left. As seen in these photos, note the second-story window of the eastern bay was enclosed by 1986 and the first-story window by 2015. The openings flanking the entry door were also reduced at an unknown date. In 2015, the awning windows were replaced with the current horizontal slider windows. These windows, as seen in the photo in the upper right, have high-profile mountains but do not replicate the original pattern. The front door was also replaced at this time, and the travertine coral rock veneer surround was installed. Note that the permits for both the window and the door surround show the decorative curved features above the porch windows as present and to remain. However, as verified by Google Earth Images, this distinctive feature was removed in May 2015, corresponding with the window installation. Further details regarding the alterations are provided in the designation report. In conclusion, from an examination of historic documents, it is determined that the property at 1901 Lejeune Road has retained its historic significance for nearly a century. Permitted in 1925, the multifamily residence at 1901 Lejeune Road is an example of the early Mediterranean-inspired buildings that defined founder George Merrick's city. By the mid-1920s, southern Florida was experiencing a housing shortage. Merrick launched a plan to house his workers and other middle-class working families. This included soliciting investors to build apartment buildings in the area north of Alhambra Plaza Business District. This 4-unit apartment building was a collaboration between Charles Bowman of Bowman Construction and architect Martin Harvey, both of which had worked with Merrick in the early 1920s. Furthermore, it is also amongst the few remaining examples of both the 1920s apartment buildings in the city, as well as architect Martin Harvey's contributions to the city's building fabric. The property at 1901 Lejeune Road contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables. It is part of a collection of quality buildings that serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 1901 Lejeune Road based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
And Chair, this designation was submitted by the Permwe family. They are not the owners of the property. The applicant is actually here. He believes the property should be listed under additional criteria. He believes it's also eligible under, is associated in a significant way with the life or activities of a major historic person, important in the past. And he has further information to support, in his opinion, that it exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic or social trends of the community. Now, much of the information that he has is personal knowledge, and he would like to come up and present his side of things, which is a specialised area that staff don't really feel qualified to talk about. So we feel that the applicant himself should come up and explain these additional criteria. And if you have any questions relating to those criteria, please address them to him.
Okay.
Thank you, Warren. So my name is Antonio Permwe. So first I'd like to just acknowledge and thank Warren and his team who've been just so helpful throughout this process. This is my first time, putting forward an application for historic designation. I know for you guys, this is a very normal thing. It is not for me. So they've been just really terrific to work with, very knowledgeable, very supportive. So I wanted to start by thanking Warren. And also I'd like to thank Dr. Corelia Martinez-Carbonell, who's also been very helpful in lending her guidance and recommendations throughout this application process for me. And with that, I also want to say that I fully support the findings, recommendations that Warren's team has put forward. This is not in any way countering that. It's in addition to and in support of. So like Warren said, this certainly has a historical, architectural, as well as cultural significance. The department's recommendation specified criterion 4 under Article 3, Section 3 1103, which says that exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. What I would like to also put forward is that it meets criteria number 1, which is that it is associated in a significant way with the life or activities of a major historic person important in the past. This is not only true, but this is true in multiple accounts. This property, I know that as a board, you see many historic properties by the nature of what you do. And in any given meeting in any given month, there might be a few that stand out. And this is one that would stand out in a big way, probably over the course of the year, I would hesitate to guess. Because the story that this property has is a very special and very unique one with a level of importance and significance in culture through the arts that is almost unparalleled in terms of this kind of a structure that is basically designed to be residential. And that's the story that I'm very honored and passionate and excited to share with you. So this property is first and foremost associated with a well-regarded and highly influential painter whose name was Miguel Jorge. He was Cuban, and he lived in this property on the first floor on the left-hand unit throughout the 1970s. He is somebody who is basically one of the co-founders in establishing Latin American art throughout South Florida. And he is somebody who participated in major exhibitions and helped support major exhibitions and happening that not only were part of his generation, but supporting younger generations of emerging Latin American and Cuban artists. One of the most significant ones is the Miami Generation exhibition of 1983, which he was instrumental in providing funding for. And several of the featured artists were also artists who he personally mentored. So he has had an enormous significance. Sadly, he passed away the following year in 1984, so he has not lived to see his legacy captured in a major way. So this would do that. He has also counted Spanish nobles among his collectors. He's exhibited internationally. He was part of the Low Art Museum's first traveling exhibition. He was chosen for that. And his work has been chosen as the featured Christmas card artwork for back in the 60s and 70s. Burdines used to do, some of you are familiar with this, they used to do fundraisers, using local artists. He was selected for that as well. So there are several ways in which he has been instrumental in contributing not only to Coral Gables' historic and cultural fabric, but that of the broader South Florida area, and really in helping establish Cuban art in the United States in a big way. He was part of a group of artists that included his close friends Lourdes Gomez Franca and Dionisio Perkins, who are also highly regarded and award-winning artists. And it's just difficult to quantify exactly how far his reach went. But one thing we know is he didn't get to live to see that acknowledged in a big way until the year he passed, which he was then honored with a major exhibition retrospective of his life's career, of his life's work. So the fact that he lived in this property and also painted in this property some of his most significant works, including the drafts for murals and public art as well, is, I think, worth acknowledging here. And the second major contribution that this property brings to our story in not only Coral Gables, but South Florida and beyond, and certainly in the Hispanic community of the United States, is that this was the site of Purmuy Gallery, which, of course, is very personal to me because my grandparents were its founders and they ran it, and my grandfather's actually here today, so he's a living witness to this, and for him, this is coming full circle. So really, what they managed to do in Purmuy Gallery is something remarkable, because when you look at where the art world was, not only in Coral Gables, but for Cuban immigrants coming in during that time, it was practically non-existent. What existed was a highly informal art world where most sales happened within the homes of artists or the homes of dealers or even in garage sales. So what this presented was a rare opportunity to really treat it and give it that dignity of an actual gallery, to present work. The other comparable galleries of that time really only focused on exhibiting. They made a point of exhibiting and selling to actually support a market for Cuban art and Latin American art. So that was a major advancement in the contributions that this brought forth. And Purmuy Gallery started in 1972. That was exactly 50 years ago. So we've seen in this golden anniversary several ways that legacy has been acknowledged as a significant thing to the Coral Gables community and many other communities. And I've brought some of these here that I would like to share with you if you would be interested in seeing. This is a proclamation that was passed by the City Commission and Mayor Lago a couple months ago in August, and it captures much of this story. I'm going to pass this forward. I was very proud to be there for that and help facilitate that. It mentions this property by its address. So there's no ambiguity as to where Primui Gallery was. It was on this site, and it was in the unit that was right next door to where Miguel Jorge lived. So he was on the left-hand unit, this was on the right-hand unit. So of course, he was instrumental in the scene at Primui Gallery as well. He had a major solo exhibition there in January of 1973, which facilitated his own major exhibition the following year in the Bacardi Gallery, which was also a highly significant gallery at that time. I brought with me the original catalog of Miguel Jorge's exhibition at the Bacardi Gallery, which if you look at it, it mentions his Primui Gallery solo exhibition. This is a contemporary source from that time where it says recent shows. So I'm going to also pass that over for you to look over. And this is just evidence I didn't make this up. This is a real source from 1974. And so yes, Miguel Jorge brought in his friends and contacts to also be part of the scene at Primui Gallery. He was a very lively person, an intelligent, witty, humorous person who contributed quite a lot of color to the Miami art world for the length of his career. And beyond that group that was affiliated with Miguel Jorge, another highly significant group of artists that was part of the Primui Gallery art scene was an artist association called the Grupo Gala. They were the very first Latin American artist association in Florida and very likely in the Southeast United States. And they were highly active in Primui Gallery. So each one of its members attended, each one of its members exhibited, and each one of its members signed the gallery guest book, which still exists, by the way. It's a remarkable resource to a period of our cultural history here in Coral Gables and beyond. It's very ill-recorded otherwise. I mean, really what we have to work with are the things that I'm passing along to you, as well as, Polaroids and things like that. And I've interviewed so many people. Warren mentioned this is a lot of my research. This is the culmination, like this presentation to you as a board. And hopefully this designation is a culmination over 5 years of research that I've put into this. So I'm just really humbled and honored to have this opportunity to bring this to you, to lay out the story of people like the Grupo Gala, who were highly influential in establishing Latin American art in South Florida and beyond, but also the members of the Grupo Gala, many of them now have foundations after them. Their work fetched very high prices at auction. So many of them were already established when they became part of Primui Gallery, others were not. One of its significant members is Baru Salinas, who is still alive and still active. He just had a major retrospective exhibition this year in the American Museum of the Cuban Diaspora, which I was able to meet with him on, interview him, and he gave personal testimonies and memories of his experiences at Primui Gallery, which was very powerful and also lends a lot of credibility because of his own credibility. So he was one of many significant figures tied to this gallery, in addition to Jose Mijares, Rafael Soriano, and emerging artists who later became highly significant within their lifetimes, such as Juan Gonzalez and Emilio Falero. Emilio Falero is worth mentioning also because he had his very first career solo exhibition in a gallery at Primui Gallery in 1974. That exhibition sold 25 paintings on its opening night. That was an enormous moment. It was a milestone moment for emerging artists who were Latin American in South Florida to show that there was a market for them as well. And that was also a very good segue into mentioning one of the biggest contributions Primui Gallery brought to Coral Gables specifically, which was its gallery nights. What they would do, and this was something that was very organic, they would have wine and cheese exhibitions to open their weekly cycles. They used weekly cycles so the more art could be featured. And each Friday they would unveil them. They would set it up on Thursday, and then people would come off from work. And it's right by Miracle Mile. So you would just make your way down on foot, and there you would be. There would be wine, cheese, art, and as the evening would progress, it would evolve into an organic sort of cultural salon where you would have the leaders of the community discussing literature, visual arts, religion, politics, philosophy, all just to create community. And that was done on this building. This is, again, a story that has been ill-recorded up until very recently. So we are participating actively in the elevation of all these legacies that continue to this day. This offered a prototype for the modern Coral Gables gallery nights that are now monthly. So, I mean, I could be here for hours laying out the depth of what happened here and what the epicenter of the scene that was created within this structure. But I think this is enough to illustrate. The last thing I'll show you to pass around is that this has also been acknowledged in the United States Congress. So this is a statement of congressional record that was passed this year not passed, it was presented into the congressional record by Congresswoman Salazar, who signed that by hand. So I would also like to submit that for your consideration, and just thank you all for your consideration of this property, which I think is highly deserving of landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just as some backup information, the property owners are from out of state. I informed them that we had received this application. We spoke about what historic designation entails, what the requirements would be. They assured me they had no intention of demolishing this property. They didn't suggest they were unhappy or were going to appeal it. They were sent notice of the meeting. So unless they're actually here or on Zoom, I haven't heard anything from them since. So unless they're in the audience or on Zoom, I haven't heard. We do have some letters of support. You have copies of them. One is from Carelia Martinez Carbonell, Dr. Carelia Martinez Carbonell. One is from Jaime and Julie Pardo. One is from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. And I believe that's them. You have them in front of you, or I can read them into the record.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? Okay, I'll close the public portion. Anybody? Mr. Ehrenhoff?
I was just going to ask if the documents that were shared with us at the dais, if copies could be provided to staff so that they could be formally made part of the archived record for the.
That's a good idea. I'm sure that
So that
can be done.
information is
Okay,
in context is available publicly for research.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments?
I'm just very impressed how good of a grandchild you are. I'm a grandmother, so I really appreciate it.
So, Mr. Adams, Mr. Ehrenhoff has requested that these documents that have been passed around, if they could be copied and included in the historical archive.
Yeah, and
So
we'll also
if you could work with the applicant to do that, we'd appreciate it.
And we'll also include the minutes from what was said and attach that. And if the board is making a motion, please also specifically mention the additional criteria that was requested.
Okay. I am entertaining motions.
Motion to approve the historic designation of the property located at 1901 Lejeune Road, Coral Gables. Let me get to the back here. And local designation, legally described as lots 1 and 2, Block 9, Coral Gables, Section K, based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
And are you going to add and is associated in a significant way with the life or activities of a major historic person important in the past, Miguel, Jorge, and was it Marta?
Marta Permuy.
Marta and Jesus Permuy, right?
Yeah, accept it.
Okay. I'll second it.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell and Ms. Spain.
Half.
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yeah, should I have added Jesus also, Pomoy? Marta and Jesus, I believe it should be. Is that
No.
okay with you?
No, just what we've got's good.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, next case file LHD 2022-008, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 117 Alito Avenue, legally describes as lots 27, 28, 29, and 30, Block 14, Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, Section Part 1, according to plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 14, page 25 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Can we play the video, please?
The property at 117 Alito Avenue is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. It is the result of a historic significance determination filed at the request of the Board of Architects. Permit books indicate that the single-family residence was designed by California-based architect Samuel Wyville in 1925. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of a historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 117 Alito Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment and era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. A single-family residence at 117 Alito Avenue sits on an interior 100 by 110-foot lot in Coral Gables Coconut Grove section. It is located on the north side of the street between Ponce de Leon Boulevard and Monegro Street. George Merrick founded Coral Gables as a fully conceived planned city in the early 1920s. He chose to develop it as a Mediterranean-inspired city because he felt this type of architecture harmonized best with South Florida's climate and lifestyle. During the initial development period, structures and amenities were built almost exclusively in this style. The 1922 map on the right illustrates the initial layout of the city. In November 1921, the first lots were offered for sale. Sales continued at a rapid pace until the devastating hurricane in September of 1926. Construction in 1925, the home at 117 Alito Avenue occurred during this initial phase and is amongst the earliest homes in the city and is a prime example of Merrick's vision for Coral Gables. Throughout the early 1920s, Merrick continued to reinvest the earnings into public amenities and into growing Coral Gables. As seen in the 1925 map, he had acquired large amounts of land to the north and to the east and was expanding to the south. This included the Coconut Grove section, which is outlined in blue in the lower right corner. In the 1924 aerial photo on the right, the undeveloped Coconut Grove section is seen just past Ponce Circle. The red arrow on the map indicates the viewpoint of the photo. Within the year, streets would be laid, the San Sebastian would be under construction, and new homes were built. 117 Alito Avenue was amongst the first of these homes. With the unbridled Florida land boom, the influx of new residents and winter visitors resulted in a housing shortage in South Florida by the mid-1920s. As Coral Gables grew exponentially, so did its workforce, and the construction of homes in Coral Gables could not keep pace with their burgeoning numbers. This, coupled with the acute housing shortage in the region, presented a challenge which by 1925 Merrick was trying to meet head-on. In March 1925, Merrick officially platted the Coconut Grove section for this purpose. Located immediately south of the San Sebastian Apartment Hotel, as seen here, it was platted with smaller lots with the intention that it would be populated with homes affordable to his employees and other middle-class families. Up to this point, most of the design and construction of home in Coral Gables was done by Merrick's workforce. However, given the housing crisis, He began recruiting architects and builders from across the country to work under the oversight of his Coral Gables construction company. He was looking first and foremost for professionals who shared his vision for Coral Gables and who could mobilize their own workforce and materials. In September 1925, Samuel Wyville, a California-based architect who, as discussed in the designation report, was well-versed in Mediterranean architecture and who held a planning vision very similar to Merrick, procured a permit to build the home at 117 Aledo Avenue. Developing the Coconut Grove section was a priority for Merrick, and construction occurred at a rapid pace until the South Florida was struck by the devastating hurricane in September 1926. This turned the prior land boom to bust and ushered in the Depression years. In the Coconut Grove section, there were very few homes built after 1928 until the 1940s. This 1938 aerial image provides a sense of how quickly Merrick developed the Coconut Grove section in the 20s versus the neighboring sections. Most of these homes seen here were built over an 18-month period prior to the hurricane. Construction boomed again in the city following the conclusion of World War II, and the Coconut Grove section followed suit. New residences filled the vacant lots, and by 1950s it was built out. This single-family neighborhood of Coconut Grove section holds its original context to present day. It should be noted that when construction of the single-family homes resumed in Coral Gables, there was a distinct departure from the ornamented and picturesque Mediterranean revival style that had dominated the city's landscape in its inception. The newer homes embrace contemporary modern styles. The home at 117 Aledo Avenue is one of the remaining Mediterranean revival-style single-family residences built during the 1920s, and it exemplifies founder George Merrick's vision for Coral Gables. In Coral Gables during the 1920s, buildings design combined elements commonly used in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture, and has come to be known as the Mediterranean revival style. As will be illustrated in the following slides, the home at 117 Aledo Street exhibits numerous Mediterranean revival character-defining features, including but not limited to its tower with its low-pitched barrel tile hipped roof, the Moorish-inspired modified keyhole arch front entry with its delicately twisted engaged columns, a varied arrangement of projecting round vents, textured stucco finish, varied roof types, parapets with prominent and simple copings, arched openings, second-story open-air terrace with blocky masonry pillars and metal railings, wing wall, and varied recessed casement windows with projecting masonry sills. As seen in the property survey and aerial photo, the two-story home is centrally located on 4 25-feet-wide lots with a one-car detached garage at the rear of the property. There have been no additions to the massing of the home. Noted alterations include the enclosure of various screened porches, as indicated in orange on the original floor plan shown here, and a change of windows to hurricane impact windows. Further details are supplied in the report. Also in the designation report is a discussion regarding the garage and the carport. The pages with the original drawings located to date do not include the garage or the carport. However, staff believes that the garage is original to the home. And while no permits for the carport have been located to date, it is staff's conclusion that the carport was a mid-1930s addition, as seen here in the circa 1940 photo. The next several slides are current photos of the property. In these views of the front facade, note the hipped roof tower feature and the adjacent front sloping shed roofs that extend seamlessly from the parapets of the flat roof portions of the rear of the home. Also note the varying configurations of the round vents along the roof line. One of the hallmark features of the home is the front entry porch, with its distinctive Moorish-inspired modified keyhole arch with engaged twisted columns. A detail of it is in the lower right of the slide. And the adjacent slide shows the second entrance to the entry porch from the carport. In the photo in the top right, Note the wing wall at the southeast corner of what was originally a screen porch with a series of full-height arched openings. Here are views of that screen porch area with its second-story open-air terrace. The arch openings appear to have been reduced early in its history, as seen here in the circa 1940 photo. At a later date, when the porch was enclosed for living space, the arch openings on the east facade were removed and replaced by a single window, as seen in the central photo here. In these current photos of the rear and west elevations, the massing and the arrangement of the projecting round vents take strong cues from the adobe Spanish missions in California where Wyville practiced. Note the stepping down of the windows on the first story. As depicted in the original permit drawings, at the second story of the northwest corner was originally a sleeping porch. The large opening on the rear facade has been enclosed, but its outline is still visible in the stucco as seen in the photo on the right. Here are views of the single-car detached garage near the northwest corner of the property. It has a flat roof with parapets and a textured stucco finish. Immediately adjacent to the east facade of the garage is a wooden pergola. In conclusion, the single-family home at 117 Aledo Avenue was built in 1925 during the city's initial boom years. It stands as a testament to founder George Merrick's vision for a Mediterranean-inspired city. In March 1925, Merrick platted the Coconut Grove section, and the permit for this property was issued in September. The home at 117 Aledo Avenue is a fine example of the Mediterranean-inspired building archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded. Designed by California-based architect Sam Wyville, it embraces the Mediterranean Revival style with an emphasis on Spanish colonial precedents. Hallmark features of the home include the tower with the low-pitched barrel tile-hipped roof, the Moorish-inspired modified keyhole-arched front entry with its delicately twisted columns, and the very decorative arrangement of projecting round vents. Furthermore, the property at 117 Aledo Avenue retains its historic integrity and is part of a collection of quality buildings that serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. Hence, staff recommends approval for the local historic designation of the property at 117 Aledo Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
And we have a number of letters of support here. You have copies of them. One from Brett Gillis, one from Bonnie D. Bolton, one from Gordon Sokoloff, one from Bruce Fitzgerald, one from Jaime and Julie Pardo, one from Norma E. Arenas, one from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, and one from I.C. Sayre, and you have copies of these. And I believe the owner of the property is here.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
No, not necessarily, but it's up to you guys. So.
If you would like to speak, please come up and speak. No?
My name is David Hardy. That's my husband, Marwan Mardini. We've lived in the house for 6 years. We moved into the house thinking that we would, restore it to its, because we had the old plans, restore it, because a lot of work's been done in the house that we feel wasn't really, up to standard and also up to par over the years, and also not to historic significance. And things got in the way, so 6 years have gone by, and now we're sort of ready to move ahead. We have our financing in place to get the work done, and our architects are here today to also support our. We gave our plans in to to redevelop the property, to not redevelop it, to build it out a little bit. The spaces, in the old Spanish house are kind of small. My mother-in-law, she lives in Venezuela. She wants to move to Miami, so we need some extra space in the house. So these are the plans that we wanted to put in place to make the house more, usable in a 22nd century, 21st century, format. So here we are today.
And for clarification, the designation came about the submittal of a historic significance determination application, whereby staff found it was potentially eligible and prepared the report. The reason the significance determination was requested was because of the alterations they are proposing, and they are here for this meeting as a certificate of appropriateness application.
Okay. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? Okay, I'll close the public portion and have a board member discussion. Mr. Durana?
I'm good.
You're good.
Motion? Motion to approve local historic designation of the property at 117 Alito Avenue, legally described as lots 27, 28, 29, and 30, Block 14, Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, Part 1. Recorded Plat Book 14, page 25, Public Records, Miami-Dade.
Do I have a Mr. Fullerton seconds.
I'll second it. Thank you again.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Orlando?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are we going to
Okay. I'm going to skip down to the special certificate of appropriateness on this property. Case file COA SP 2022-029, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 117 Alito Avenue, a local historic landmark, legally described as lots 27, 28, 29, and 30, Block 14, Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, Section Part 1, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 14, page 25 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for the demolition of the existing detached garage and carport, additions and alterations to the residence and site work.
Okay, you've just had a fairly comprehensive explanation of the background, so I don't need to go through that. So we'll jump straight into the alterations. Demolition of the garage and carport. As stated in the designation report, the portion of the original permit located does not include the detached garage structure. The design size and location of extant garage is in keeping with garages built in the 1920s in Coral Gables. It is highly unlikely that the home was built without a garage, since they were a standard inclusion with homes during the early development of the city. In March 1931, when the home was offered for sale, a garage is part of the description. As it appears original to the house, staff doesn't support the demolition of the garage. So staff's recommending retention of the garage and that be rehabilitated for the proposed new studio building, which is proposed for the location of the existing garage. With regard to the carport, demolition of the carport, the designation report states, staff's opinion based on design considerations that the carport was an early addition. No permit has been located to date. The first mention found at this time was in a rental ad in February 1937. The garage and carport are visible in the 1930 aerial photograph. The circa 1940 photo is the earliest image of the carport located to date. So therefore, as the carport does appear to be an addition to the house and doesn't appear to be part of the original design intent, its demolition can be supported. With regard to, there are a number of additions here. The first one is a 1- and 2-story addition to the northwest corner of the existing structure. It's set back from the front facade, but it is visible from the right-of-way, 2 stories in height, contains 2 windows with sills. The first floor window is off-centre, the second floor window is centred. The west elevation contains 1 centred window. The east elevation contains French doors on the first and second stories. The first floor doors lead to the backyard, and the second floor doors lead to a roof terrace above the 1-storey element of the addition. The 1-storey element contains French doors with an arched fan light, which opens to a covered walkway leading to the proposed new studio structure. Covered walkway of steel columns with cypress covers. This addition contains a bedroom with closet and bathroom and a porch on the first floor, and a master bathroom with closet and balcony on the second floor. There's also a proposed 1-storey addition to the east elevation. This again is set back from the front facade but visible from the right-of-way. Again, the architectural features are consistent with the design of the house. This addition contains a family room. There's a bay window addition to the north elevation. This is a 1-storey addition, not visible from the right-of-way, and features 3 windows, so no issues with that. They're also proposing an attached 1-storey garage. The 1-car garage is attached to the proposed 2-storey addition at the northwest corner of the house. No concerns over this. Possibly set it back maybe a little bit more, but the design is consistent with the house. There's also a proposed detached 1-storey studio structure, which is proposed on the location of the existing garage, which is to be demolished. This is built to the rear of the house. Again, not visible from the right-of-way, so there's no concerns with the design, but there is a concern over the demolition of the existing garage. There's also some alterations to the historic structure itself. On the south elevation, the window in the tower above the front door will be centred, and the first floor easternmost window will be enlarged. Staff does not support these alterations as they are located in the primary facade and visible from the right-of-way. On the east elevation, the first floor arched window will be enlarged, again visible from the right-of-way in a fairly prominent elevation, so that's not supported. On the north elevation, an existing window will be enclosed, and a window and French doors leading to the balcony will be added. Staff supports these alterations. They're not visible from the right-of-way, they're on the rear. At roof level, a new Moorish metal shroud is proposed for the chimney, and an architectural feature is proposed for the roof of the tower. Details of both of these would have to be submitted to staff for review. No variances are being requested. The proposal was reviewed by the Board of Architects on July 21st, 2022, and approved. Therefore, the application presented, most of the proposed alterations are in keeping with the standards and do not significantly impact the integrity of the structure or the original design intent. Although visible from the right-of-way, the proposed additions are set back from the front of the existing house. The original elements to the front of the historic structure are mostly being retained. The additions contain elements from the historic design but are identifiable as additions. They could be removed in the future. Staff does not support the demolition of the garage and proposed alterations to the south and east elevations of the house. Therefore, there are a number of conditions there, so staff recommends approval with the listed conditions, and that includes retaining the existing garage.
Okay.
And I believe the architect is here.
Hello, my name is Cristina Gutierrez. I'm the architect for the proposed improvements to 117 Alido Avenue. Oh, thank you. Okay, when the clients first approached us for the project, we were encouraged because they wanted to keep the character of the existing house, which, as it says in the historic report, it is a good example of the early Coral Gables Mediterranean revival period. So let me show you the existing house. I mean, you've seen some of it, but this is the carport in question. The rear of the house. Okay, so It is a very nice house with a lot of potential. But when we started looking at the program for the project, we realized the best solution would be to remove parts of the existing house. That is why we're here. Now, I want to clarify that we're not removing anything from the original permitted structure. Okay. Let me show you this is the microfilm that has been located, and we're not removing anything from there. Now, like as it says in the report also, the two features we want to remove are two unpermitted later additions, the carport and the garage. The carport to the west, oh, I don't have a pointer, okay. And it's shown in the survey there. And the garage in the back, the detached garage in the back. Now, a little bit on the garage. The garage is a detached 12 by 20 structure. Even if it's in keeping with garages built in the 1920s in Coral Gables, as it says in the report, it is most likely an afterthought. Starting with the location on the site plan, there is no apparent relation to the rest of the house. It is not centered with the driveway, it does not align with the rest of the house, and the steps, again, you don't see it in there, but there'll be pictures later. The steps to the kitchen door make for a questionable vehicular access through the carport. So from a design perspective, it is doubtful that this was part of the original architect's intent. The garage ceiling height is 7.6 at the highest point. Then it slopes to less than 7 feet in the back. As to converting it to a living space, the building code would require the floor to be raised significantly, 8 inches over the highest crown of road, which in this case would be just over a foot. So raising the floor requires raising the roof. Raising the floor also affects the door and window openings. All this would require significant structural modifications to the walls and foundations. With all the work required to repurpose the garage, it is questionable if it is a viable effort for 240 square feet and what would be retained of the original garage. So that was the critical one, because they approved the other ones. The carport. The carport is the other unpermitted addition, most likely not a part of the architect's original design. The carport construction does not reflect the architecture and finishes of the original structure and is not well integrated to the main structure. It makes the adjacent room very dark. It is not functionally usable with modern car sizes. And I'm glad the staff report supports this demolition. This is the carport. As you can see there, it looks like, again, like it wasn't part of the original design, the way it cuts the window. And there's a line in the stucco that shows where the addition, was added.
Plus it plunges the house into the dining room and the whole ground floor into darkness most of the day because of the structure of the carport.
So now to the improvements. We have already presented to the Board of Architects, as Warren said, and it was approved by the full board, which with only positive comments and as to the sensitivity and compatibility with the existing structure. Let's see. Okay. Okay. The program requirements were a new family room, a more comfortable kitchen, an enclosed, easy-access functional garage, a separate studio or guest cottage, additional bathrooms, and better access to the backyard. Currently, the only access to the backyard is a 30-inch side door from the kitchen. Let me go to the... This is the demo, but I superimposed the additions in red for a reference. The proposed family room and bedroom and bathroom additions are positioned to the rear of the original structure, and the proposed garage is separated from the original structure. This configuration meets the test of removability. That is, should in some future date the trend is back to 1,200 square feet on air-conditioned homes, these additions could be removed, leaving the 1925 structure close to original conditions. Removing the unpermitted carport creates the opportunity for a courtyard and allows light back into the adjacent room. The proposed single-width garage is consistent with the scale of the architecture of the house. The garage is connected to the main entrance by an open exposed beam cypress walkway. The proposed studio cottage is also connected to the main house by an open exposed beam cypress walkway. This addition also includes a covered pergola area for an outdoor kitchen. I'm sorry, I'm like super dry. It's the second floor. It's just, again, a master bath addition and a balcony. While not removing anything from the original design, there are 3 corrections proposed to the street elevation of the original structure. The proposed project adds or restores several missing elements. Removal of the west unpermitted carport, recentering the tower window and, recentering the tower window and restoring the semicircular arch opening to the southeast corner room. Well, here you can see the studio, the rear cover walkway, and the proposed garage. This elevation illustrates how the proposed improvements do not attempt to negate or overwhelm the original structure. The rear elevation shows the improved connection from the house to the backyard. Here's the other corrected arch opening on the corner of the house. And the existing second floor balcony metalwork is to remain and is replicated as the new master bedroom balcony. This is the studio cottage. The house is designed as a charming house on which the owners wish to build. However, since 1925, living conditions have changed dramatically. With that in mind, my clients wanted to maintain the charm while upgrading the home to suit their modern demands and lifestyle. The style, scale, details, and massing of the early construction, rather than the 1920s lifestyle, are the elements we wanted to work with. So, the staff has a list of recommendations. I don't know if I tried to make a case for the garage demolition. I don't know if you want me to go over it again. We agree with most of it, except for the removal of the windowsills. I think it's one of the few details of the house, the existing house, and it would be a different style. This is not a Spanish mission or necessarily modern. I agree with the differentiation in the stucco. If the staff wants it, we can make it smoother. Like now I have it modeled, but it could be even just smooth stucco. And it looks like hatching, in real life. So to differentiate the existing structure, and the rest is fine. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Property Owner, you mentioned that you wanted to restore the house. I don't see anything in here that's restoring the original house. I mean, I'm looking at this and you've got thousands of feet of addition, but I don't see any restoration. There's windows on the front facade and windows and doors that should be restored, and on the east facade. And, the garage that you're proposing and the attached pergola over there, it severely changes the profile of the home. And while it may be in keeping of it, it's pretty overpowering. So, at this point, and you're adding elements to the house that appear historic, but were never there. For example, the wind vane on the roof, okay? It's a nice little touch, it's pretty, however, it was never there, as well as the Moorish cap on the roof. I don't see that you're really restoring the house at all. I see that you're doing a major addition to it. So, I mean, those are my comments, and I would like to see the plans revised to see at least a minimum of some of the restoration on the front facade. So,
Well, like I said, we tried to restore, from the original microfilm that we have, the archway to a semicircular archway.
Well, you've got a set of French doors on the front elevation, okay? They're no longer there. And then on the east elevation, there are, if I'm not mistaken, 3 windows that are over on the side. And so, I mean, like I said, this is just, it's pretty overpowering. Come up with something that would at least ameliorate some of this, and try to restore the house instead just adding on to it. So, I mean, I think there's a compromise here that should be considered.
For the front elevation?
On the front and the east elevations, and I would highly recommend that to you. And I would, kind of eliminate some of the other things that are, superfluous. I mean, this is a lot of material added onto the house. I mean, bring it back a little bit to the original if you could. It's on.
But they can add. They have, the size of the lot. They can add. I mean, everything is.
I completely understand, and I understand that this is taking up the lot, and that makes a lot of good business decisions, and I concur with that. However, right. I'm not concurring with the, quote, restoration of the house, and I'm bringing those points to your attention. Okay? So you're presenting to me an addition to the house, not a restoration. So,
well, that's what.
And like I said, the owner talked about that, and I'm just suggesting a couple of things that I think would help that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I work at Vizcaya. I'm the horticulture manager there. My job is historic preservation.
I can
bringing
see
the
that.
gardens back. That's been my life for 8 years. So I completely appreciate that. The addition of the filial on top, the caravel, which was a Vizcaya thing, was a little crazy thing, but that can easily be done away with. The centering of the bathroom window upstairs, for example, the window was centered in the past. Things people did to it in the past have moved that window because they needed to put the toilet under the window. So, they spoiled the look of the house.
That window was originally centered in
yes.
the tower?
Well,
Do we have?
let's clarify. The drawings show that it was. The drawings also show a set of French doors in the front facade where they're proposing to put them back. However, as noted in the report, what's shown in the drawings often wasn't what was built, and it specifically calls out the French doors on the front elevation. The report says another example is the change of the pair of French doors on the front facade to a pair of casement windows. So I suppose the best we can say is what's showing in the drawings wasn't necessarily what was built. So I'm just pointing that out.
Do we have any of the historic photographs? I was looking.
Yeah, but it obscures the, as normally happens, there's a tree in front of the bit you want to see.
Well, we do know that there were 3 windows on the east side that were blocked up, and one of them is now there. You know, according to this, the tower window is off-center. I mean, it's centered with the tower, but, you know, it's off-center with the archway. I mean, it's, you know, the other thing is that, you know, they had shutters and things on the front originally, and which significantly add to it. And I think that that would help establish the core of the house. Because, in my opinion, you're adding so much to this that, to me, it's important that you do the best that you can to maintain the core of that. I mean, what you're proposing is very good, but, you know, I'm just trying to say that, you know, for all that you're putting into this, put some back into the preservation of the house on its appearance, you know. And by the way, I worked with Carl Weinhardt for a long time,
really?
you know, on Vizcaya many years ago.
Yeah.
So I know what you go through over there.
And just for information, if you were to do any restoration, it wouldn't necessarily have to come back to the board. We could deal with that at a staff level.
The details would be with the staff.
I'm happy with that. That would be fine. I would really like you to consider those things if you would. And I understand that these things cost money, but, you know, what you've got here costs a lot of money too. So
It does, yes.
Balance a little of it out if you would.
It does,
Thank you
it
very
does.
much.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
But the critical part is the
I'm sorry, I
Ms.
can't.
Bain?
The critical
So I
part
don't
here
have
is
a
the
problem
garage
with
in
the
the
weather
back.
vane. I don't know. When,
Is the demolition of the garage.
I don't have an issue with that. I did have an issue. I just said I didn't have a problem with the weather vane. I mean, if you want to add a weather vane to it, who cares? But I'm curious about that window above the front door, that
it's not centered?
that it's not centered, but it looks as though in the original drawings it was centered.
It was, right.
In the tower, not above the door.
Right,
Right.
it's centered in the tower, not above the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, so
So
the
we're
issue with the window is that there was a closet that they converted, opened up to make the bathroom bigger.
Oh, you think
And
they
in
moved
doing
it?
that, to put the shower in the bathtub, they shortened the window, so they just.
Oh, they
cut
just
off half
shortened
the
it. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so they cut off that one section that's, I don't know, the west side, I would guess, that would have centered it under the little Moorish tubes that come out of the, I don't know what they're called, but the tiles that come out of the wall, so.
I see.
And it's disturbing, if you look at the house, that's the one thing, at least I see, you know, as a perfectionist, it kind of annoys me, so.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Through the chair, so.
Carol was just pointing out in the 1940s photograph, you can see it shifted because the vents are above.
Right.
So it looks as if it probably was original.
So I've gotten used to it where it is, so I don't have an issue with the fact that it's off-center, but I also don't mind if you want to center it, because per the 1925 drawing, it is beautifully centered.
Okay.
I would recommend, if you are going to center it, that the scale and proportion of the window be as per the drawing,
course.
which makes it a little taller. It actually goes above the other lines of the other one, so it doesn't look like a squat.
Yeah.
And you have a history in the building of sort of dancing windows on the side elevation, so
Right.
it would kind of fit. So I don't have an issue with either keeping it where it is or centering it, as long as the height and proportion is correct. I also like on the bottom right-hand side, the change of the sort of window to the sort of full length one. I think that's a nice difference or a change. And I agree with Mr. Maxwell. I would love to see the double doors, whether they were original to the building or not.
Right.
But if they weren't original, then I think, you know, the solution is you maintain what you have. I think this would be gorgeous to have it in the front, but that's up to you and your architect to figure out. So I think the front elevation with, you know, very minor touches could be really good. I do have sort of two concerns. The big one I'll save for last, which is the garage, the existing garage.
Yeah.
The question I have now is the proposed garage. The proposed garage is built right up to the facade of the main building. And it's not original to the building, and it's a pretty long garage. So
Right.
my request, recommendation, or observation is, could that be moved off the front building line some distance?
We thought about it, but it creates that courtyard, and you get that entrance to because the house already has that side, connector there. So it creates a perfect little connector there at that, at that
So
point.
I see it, and I know it to be true, and I see that
Architecturally,
you're
you're
actually adding a new connection, right? So you're getting rid of the one that's the carport, you're adding a new one-story connection.
Right.
And I think opening that space will be beautiful for the existing building and throwing the light in there. But when I mentioned some distance, I don't think it needs to go back 40 feet. I think it needs to be some distance away from the front facade. And my gut tells me to put it back to the distance of the foyer, but I can see where that sort of changes the courtyard. But I think in order to give the additional prominence to the existing home, I don't think you should build anything up to that front facade. I think it should be set back some distance. And I'll leave it to my colleagues to sort of figure out what that might be.
That was one of the main things I was considering also, that the garage is kind of imposing itself a little bit on the original house. And I think it could stand to be moved back, but I love the way the covered walkway comes in contact with it. That makes so much sense. And there was a carport there before, that's the one that was shading your dining room, and that was out flush with the front facade, is that correct?
Yes.
So that kind of mitigates my concern about the setback. Now that you have a larger setback, really, in that courtyard, I think it might pass the test.
So I'll just go to some distance could be as little as 8 inches, right? I think it could be some distance away so it doesn't line up and it's purposely.
Stagger it out a bit.
Purposely not done.
I have another comment, and that is the line that creates an emphasis on the tower above the entrance.
Oh, no, there shouldn't be that, yeah. It shouldn't be there.
There's just a line there, but it doesn't expose or bring itself out at all, does it?
It shouldn't be there, it's just a draft.
Oh, okay. So, other than that, I think it's a very nice addition, and I think it.
She said it was
Mine is not there.
in error in the drawing.
Okay.
It's just a draft.
Error in the drawings.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So the garage in the back is, I think, is the largest thing that the city staff has recommended that we not approve or take a look at. And I think there's probably some version of it where maybe going back to the exact building for the reasons that you stated of 7-foot ceiling heights and if it's going to be a usable space, the flooding requirement. But there is something about, I think, the rest of the addition to the main house, even though it's not small, right, as per Mr. Maxwell, it's not a small addition on the right-hand side, or the other side, it doesn't seem to overpower the main house. It's done, there's some sensitivity to the proportion and the massing of them. For some reason, the one element that seems to stand out to me as far as not the correct massing proportion is the back building, is the new sort of, I don't even know what to call it back there, the studio.
Studio, yeah.
And I think it has to do with the multiple roofs, maybe the inflection of the porch in the front. It just seems to be so much more than the simple garage that is typically in the back of these buildings that it's hard for me to reconcile the existing potentially historic piece to this new studio. And I don't know if you've given any thought to perhaps simplifying some of that in the back versus what's there now.
well, we wanted to keep the connector, so we wanted to keep the connector, as a repeated feature. And then there's the requirements, if they want to bring somebody to actually stay there, the square footage, 200 square feet, the existing garage, it's not enough, but.
I don't think I was saying, again, I'm trying to say if there was something in between.
Okay, a little smaller.
Well, again, something in between just having the rectangle of the garage and this rather large, more decorative studio than what was there in the back.
Maybe just
Some of,
reducing the projection at the covered walkway and making it a simple rectangle. I think that's one of the nicest parts of this plan is what it does to the rest of the site and what it does for the rest of the site. The covered area there, the pool near it, or landscaped area, or potential pool.
yeah.
And I think that's a very enjoyable looking place to have functions for your house.
Well, it's part of that Mediterranean,
Yeah, yeah.
indoors, outdoors.
We could definitely simplify the lines.
Okay.
Yeah. The back.
I think I had maybe one more, and I agree with Mr. Fullerton's recommendation about maybe just that piece of the building. If I look at the existing site plan with demolition on page A1, looks like there is the outline of the existing garage, which is 5 feet 2 inches away from the property line. The proposed new building would be further away, which I think is good for the neighbors. Is there a way to, maybe incorporate if not the actual building itself, but the massing shape of that building? And again, it's hard for me to read the drawing. I think I have it right, that it's 5 feet 2 from the rear and 28 feet from the
Where are you?
sheet A1, the location of the demolition of the garage.
The demolition.
Is the rear setback 10 feet from the rear property line?
She is now.
Once they tear it down, they have to bring it up to 10 feet, right?
So that's the requirement. So there's a difference between if it's historic, it doesn't have to be, and if
Right.
it isn't, they don't. So, the Historic Preservation Office is saying, don't remove it, keep the 5-foot setback. And you're saying, we're gonna remove it and meet the code.
Right.
Is there something, I'm trying to think if there's any benefit to, somehow incorporating or commemorating the original garage. And I don't have an answer to that. I just have a note to ask you.
No. So you're saying to try to save part of the garage? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's trying to save the setback.
Well, the drawing looks like it's a couple feet, the new building is a couple feet to the west of the existing line. Proposed building is a couple feet to the west of the existing garage. Right? And the existing garage is 5 feet to the north of the existing line. It just seems so close to the proposal that maybe there's something that could be done,
Oh, I see. Yeah, to just put it in line.
something. And again, maybe you can work with Historic Preservation Office to see if there is, if it's not the exact building, that at least the shape or massing of it could somehow be the location of it. Again, I don't have the solution, I just have the question.
Yeah, that could be, we can look at that.
I don't know if any of the board members have any thoughts.
The staff has 7 conditions, and you're in agreement with all except condition 1 and condition 4?
The garage. And for, yes. Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhoff, anything?
My feeling about item 4 is that this board traditionally, when you're adding new construction, has recommended that sills not be added in the new materials. And that's to help clearly differentiate without taking away from the architectural beauty of what they're doing, but to differentiate it from what was the 1920s construction. So I think, you know, that's a recommendation that we try to run with. We've always tried to recommend it. I think that the beauty of what additions you make are not going to be diminished significantly by not putting sills under those new windows, you know?
Yeah,
It's,
with just the stucco being different, and we have some different detail on the roof line a little bit. I think, you know, that's enough that it doesn't look completely alien to the rest of the house.
In the past, I believe additions have been approved with sills of a different size
Yeah.
okay.
from the original.
You could work with staff, that would be great. Yeah.
Mr. Durana, any comments?
The only one that I may have missed is, was staff able to determine if that detached garage, it was not original, we're assuming?
The designation report states the portion of the permit located does not include the detached garage structure. The design size and location of the garage is in keeping with garages built in the 1920s. It is highly unlikely that the home was built without a garage, since they were a standard inclusion with homes. In March 1931, when the home was offered for sale, a garage is part of the description. So the assumption is, based on historic evidence of other properties and what was standard, is that it likely was. But a true proof of the garage didn't actually appear until March 1931.
No proof of permit. There's lots of stuff in Coral Gables built without proof of permit, including some of the early homes.
This is the first time I like that, unpermitted structure.
I have a problem with that, the garage in front. I think it needs to be set back. I love aesthetically the walkway, but I think the garage door is inappropriate, not keeping with the typical garage doors that were installed in the 20s. And it's just, to me, having it on the same plane as the rest of the home gives it too much importance. I also don't think it's very well, access to it is very well integrated into the rest of the home. So, you know, here, let's say you have your groceries, you park your car, you're schlepping the groceries out the garage door, through the front entrance, through the dining room. I don't think it works very well, but that's not historic preservation's board's role. But I'm just not comfortable with the positioning of the garage. Unlike, I don't like to disagree with staff because I pay a lot of attention. I'm not all that concerned about losing a garage with 7-foot ceilings. But I do think the scale of what you're proposing to put it there with the studio is kind of just to me is like too big. And I don't know whether you need the terrace or whatever. But I'm not going to throw myself in front of the bulldozer for the garage. But I am not comfortable with the backyard, the garden studio. So it's, otherwise, I really like what you're doing. Even though it's pretty massive, I don't think it's going to overwhelm. But I do think that those two elements are inappropriate and out of scale.
Two elements, being one being the garage and the other one being the studio?
Yeah. I don't like to vote no because I think there's so many good things about this. And I also agree with Mr. Maxwell, pay some attention to the core structure because it's a stunning place. And so I don't know if you want to, if you'd be amenable to tinkering with what the proposal. I think that I think you hear, the board likes what you're doing, but we have issues with the massing and the scale.
Of the back. But the issue of the demolition of the garage in the back, that would be the first thing, which is there's no permit to that structure. If I tried to just take that the way it is.
You're preaching to the choir here. It's the other folks, and city staff, which we pay a lot of deference to. So I'm just a voice of one. But I don't know what other folks think about the garage.
The garage, the way it is, I cannot make it livable. And even if I took the volume the way it is, which I'm convinced it was not part of there's no way any architect would include it like that. If I took it like that to the Board of Architects right now, they would go, why is this?
Those are all over the city, and you go everywhere there. It's the same little garage.
But it might work with the specific house. It might be lined up. It might be centered with the driveway. This one is not.
It's floating.
It's floating.
Yeah,
it was very modernistic.
It was not
free floating.
Exactly. So that's my point.
Look, I mean, to me, the loss of the garage is not important. I mean, to me, the front facade and how you see the things from the street, that's the most important. I think you've done a really good job on this. As Ms. Rolando says, and several of the other board members, we're having difficulty really with where the new garage is in that connection and how that really works, and pushing that back a little bit. I mean, it's a suggestion, it's an idea, but the rest, I think you've really done hey, look, I'd like to hire you. You've done very well, and you guys have really thought this out.
Ms. Counts?
We've worked a few years on this, so moving things around, trying to keep the original structure without breaking any windows or doors or anything to join it. We even want to just stay in the house while it's happening. So
thank you.
So we definitely want to be inconvenienced at all by that.
I've lived through restorations too.
Ms. Couch,
I just wanted to clarify something, and so this is, again, what you all decide is entirely up to you. Original permits, many of the times, probably more than half, don't show the original garage structures as part of the permit. It's just not there. It's on the original tax card as being original to the house. Additionally, the garage, so the carport was added later. We know that. It would have needed to have a covered parking space even in the 20s. That garage would have provided that, and it was solely provided on the lot that lines up with the house. So there was an additional 50-foot lot to the west that they offset the garage to be on the parcel with the 3 lots, so that if that ever got sold off, there was no encumbrance. Very typical. So the garage, in our opinion, is its original. What you do with it is up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarification.
It is, yeah, yeah, it's good to know.
That was their liquidity if they needed money.
Sell the other lot.
Any other comments, motions, suggestions?
I personally like the demolition of the fact that you've taken that garage out of there, because it doesn't fit today's needs. And it's not historic since it didn't have a permit to begin with. It was built illegally. That's what my logic is telling me. And I love the plan that you've done, and you could push it back, the studio back further if you wanted to. I have no objection to that. But other than that, I'm fine with it.
Would it be appropriate, Mr. Attorney, to ask the applicants to take our comments into consideration and ask for a deferral and come back? So that we can, come to a more, shall we say, complete resolution and endorsement?
That's strictly, if you'd like for me to answer, I can. So that's strictly up to the board. I will state that the property owner can request a decision as well if they choose today. But and you could also alternatively make a motion with additional conditions that they work with staff for certain particular approvals, and if not, they'd be brought back to you. But literally, whatever the board desires, you can make as part of your motion.
I would rather that we approve something for them, because having them wait for another month to come back here, and they'll have to go to the Board of Architects again.
Exactly.
It's just better for them if we make a motion, and we can even make a motion to approve it with the following conditions and tell them to move the garage back, work with staff. The only reason I don't have an issue with the garage being demolished, because I'm sure that it was original to the house, is that there's no way that they could make it into living space.
Right.
Other than to raise the roof, and then you really don't have the original garage that you started with.
Or the scale.
Or the scale. So the times that they've done that, it's really messed up that structure. So either keep it as a shed.
It's also very low grade, so when we have heavy rains like in Irma, the whole thing got flooded.
That's why the code requires you to raise the finished floor above the crown of the road, which means you don't have any headroom. So I think that's an issue. But I would like to see the window in the front stay that weird off-centered way, because I think that was original to the house. I don't have a problem with the arch window and with the door that you're doing in the front facade. I think we can come out with an approval for this with the conditions. And I think you should do sills. You should not do sills on the addition. That's a typical way to differentiate the addition. You're not going to notice it. It'll bother you for like a month living there, that you won't see the sills, and then it'll disappear in your mind. And it's a perfect way to differentiate from the original house.
You want to put score lines in, and then the stucco wants to be smooth and not anything else.
Someone else should make the motion, though, because I'm not sure of all the conditions.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
I'm going to try.
Go ahead.
This is tough, okay?
There are a number of conflicting conditions.
I'd like everybody to kind of chime in, and we can add to it, okay? So I'm gonna throw what I'm interested in.
Or subtract from it?
What's that? I got my hair cut because people kept saying I look like you.
Devil. Both of you poor devils.
Just not that good looking. Let me go back to this. I'd like to make a motion that, and forgive me for doing this, but to approve the application of the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 117 Aledo Avenue, a local historic landmark legally described as lots 27, 28, 29, 30 on Block 14, Coral Gables, Coconut Grove. Plat Book 14, page 25, Miami-Dade County. And that would approve the overall design request for the demolition of the existing attached garage and carport, additions and alterations to the residence and site work with the following conditions: that the owner seek to restore the front and east facades to their original documented condition in consultation with staff. And so that would be my general, and I will take amendments if they come along.
With the conditions noted,
You get to make, we get to pass the motion, and then we add the other conditions.
aren't we moving to approve it with the conditions noted?
Did I not include that with the conditions of staff?
Yeah, I mean,
Other than the demo, other than
Other than the
the garage and
the roofing tile specifications.
Warren, I like the garages, but I mean, they're
Well,
right.
that would be all conditions except for number one.
Right,
All
question,
conditions except for
question
number
though,
one. Okay.
the sills, are you sticking with staff's recommendation for the sills? Okay.
Yes.
All
Window
conditions but number
One-ton
one.
side profile, stucco different. Do you want the garage setback?
That would be additional.
I'm going to let somebody else
Okay.
make that, okay? I think I've said more than enough.
Okay.
It has to be part of it.
Do you have?
We need a second.
Okay, second,
Ms. Rolando.
with a friendly amendment. That the garage placement and the garage door be reconsidered, and that the applicant work with staff to come up with something mutually acceptable.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Any other amendments?
Maybe a question for clarification on the garage. Is it meant to be the placement or to set back generally in that location, or just the whole thing?
Oh, a good point. I think it should be set back. I don't have a problem with it being attached to the home, but recessed from the front facade.
I agree with the recessing it further back, but I don't understand what the big deal is. Why can't it be where it's located on this plan as designed?
I'm sorry, John, could you repeat that?
I'm wondering what the importance of pushing that studio building further away from the house, is that what?
No,
I
she's
don't-
talking,
that's
she's talking
not-
about the garage.
Okay, what are we talking?
Speaking merely of the
That's what I'm saying.
proposed garage.
Oh, the one on, the new one?
Time.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
All right.
you'd mentioned the same.
yeah, okay, I beg your pardon.
Okay.
Okay.
And one other question, do you want the design of the proposed new studio to be simplified or reduced in scale?
That would be, I would like to make that as a friendly amendment, is to simplify the proposed new studio, particularly the roof line, so that it doesn't compete with the architecture of the home.
And that is accepted as well.
Call the question?
I think so.
One moment, where there's a question of clarification.
Like you said, the recess for the garage, they, can work it out with it?
Yes, so some distance back from the front to be worked out with staff.
It's the new garage, not the old garage.
Yes.
Right, sorry.
Yeah,
There's
move that old garage
nowhere
up front.
further the old garage can even
Okay.
go.
Take the old garage to Vizcaya.
Yeah, no, we don't want it there.
Mr. Orlando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes,
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your considerations and working with
Okay,
us.
next case file, LHD 2022,
You want to take a quick break?
no, -010, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 430 Minorca Avenue, legally described as Lot 5, Block 4, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Can we have the PowerPoint, please?
Good work. No, we don't need that picture.
Yeah. Can you move it to the 430 Minorca Avenue? Thank you. Okay, the application has been submitted by the property owner, and he seeks approval for the residence to be designated as a historic structure and as a cottage. In 2020, the owner applied for designation as a Coral Gables cottage. The requirements for cottage designation are provided in Section 8-102 of the Code and the Coral Gables Cottage Homeowners Guide, which you've been given a copy of. On October 26, 2022, a letter was issued to the property owner stating the structure did not meet the requirements for cottage designation as it did not display the required 12 of the 19 architectural features listed, and that's included in Attachment A. The determination was not appealed at that time. I believe the owner was ill. At the time of the decision, a Coral Gables cottage did not have to be historically designated. However, the code has since been amended, and now to be eligible as a cottage, the property must be designated as a local historic landmark. As stated, the criteria for designation as a cottage is actually included in the report there for you. The applicant believes that as historic designation was not required in the past to obtain cottage designation, and now it is, if the historic designation request is approved, then the cottage application should be reviewed by the board. The applicant has submitted a historic designation report and existing drawings in support of the request. So, staff observations. As noted, to qualify for designation as a historic landmark, a property must possess certain criteria. It must possess integrity. It must have significant character, interest, or value, and it must meet one or more of several criteria. In order to meet the above criteria, a property cannot be significantly altered. The original drawings are included in Attachment B, and alterations to this property include: prior to 1970, the garage was converted to a garage apartment and the original garage door opening was enclosed. 1976, the original porch had been enclosed by that point. A rear addition was built, the interior layout was reconfigured, the window configuration of the west elevation was altered, a skylight was added over the living room, and the original porch arched opening was reduced in size. In 1995, a new 4-foot high wall was constructed on the rear property line. And in 1994, there was the replacement of 2 rectangular windows with circular windows and a reduction in size of the openings on the east elevation, and the replacement of 2 windows and a reduction in size of the openings on the west elevation. By comparing the recent photographs, it is evident the exterior walls have been restuccoed throughout the property. So therefore, as detailed above, several significant features of the original structure have been altered, specifically enclosure of the garage door opening, the original porch enclosed, reconfiguration of windows, reduction in size of porch arched opening, replacement of rough texture stucco with a smoother stucco, and the installation of inappropriate windows, the circular windows. These alterations do have some negative impact on the integrity of the design materials and workmanship. With regard to the cottage designation, As detailed above, a Coral Gables cottage must be designated as a local historic landmark and must contain at least 12 of the 19 specified features. You have a table in the report that shows in 2020, staff determined the property contained only 10 of the required features. From the distinguishing characteristics listed in the designation application, it appears the applicant believes the property contains 14 of the features. So my understanding from the application is the following features are in dispute. The requirement is the building must have a coral rock or stucco finish. The house does have a stucco finish, but the original rough texture stucco has been replaced with a smoother stucco. There must be a front porch. The original front porch has been enclosed and the original front arched opening has been reduced in size. The applicant's argument is that the existing entryway, which is covered by a canopy, qualifies as a porch. Cast ornament and/or tile applied to front elevations. The homeowner's guide includes medallions, cartouches, swag, string courses and moulding around windows and doors, which are examples of cast decorative features in the stucco. The applicant believes the column located between the two windows on the front elevations meets this requirement. So there's an interpretation difference here. This is not a stucco feature, it is more of a structural features, but it is a cast feature. The other requirement where there's been some discussion is the property must have casement or sash windows. The property does have casement windows. However, the original window configuration has been altered, so our concern is more the configuration as opposed to the window. Opening sizes have been changed and there's 2 circular windows installed which are not consistent with the style. Therefore, the conclusion is for the historic designation, as detailed above, several significant exterior features have been altered. Although from the front, the structure retains its original intent of scale, massing and form, the features that have been altered are character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style, and they are visible from the right-of-way. If a district were to be created in the future, it's likely this property would be classed as a contributing site due to its construction date, setting, mass, form, style, scale, location and contribution to the district. However, as so many character-defining features have been altered, there has been some negative impact and it's difficult to support designation. However, at recent meetings, the applicant has shown a willingness to address some of the alterations to try and reinstate the original intent of the design. I had said such as removing the circular windows, but I don't think that's an option, but certainly installing the faux garage door, and the architect will go into this. With regard to cottage designation, if the property is located as a historic landmark, the board may consider the request for cottage designation. As detailed above, there is a difference of opinion between staff and the applicant over at least 4 of the features. The applicant may introduce more. Staff believes their determination of the intent of the homeowner's guide is accurate, the intent. However, the applicant believes that the guide should be open to more interpretation. So this is really an interpretation difference of opinion. So with regard to the historic designation, there are 2 possibilities. Deny the request due to the extent of the exterior alterations and their negative impact on integrity, or approve the request for historic designation. With regard to the cottage designation, if the historic designation is approved, the request for Coral Gables cottage designation may be considered. This has 2 options. Deny the request for the cottage designation as the property does not contain at least 12 of the 19 features, or approve the request for the designation if it's determined by the board the property contains at least 12 of the 19 features. And I can now pass it over to the architect to explain their position and to explain some of the alterations that they may consider to bring the property, to do some form of restoration on the property. And
thanks, Brian. Good evening, Callum Gibb, architect for the property. The owner is Mr. Harrison.
Can you move the
He's
mic
here with
over,
us tonight.
Caleb?
Better? Sorry, Mr. Harrison, the owner, is here with us tonight. So I guess if we treat this as two different ideas, but for us it's one, because the goal is to get a cottage designation. The reason for that is under that designation, you can then use the detached structure for a living space. And because we have an existing carport, we don't need to keep the garage as an active garage. We can use the whole space. So that's really the goal of this application. And it came out of a permit application we submitted to convert the existing garage into living area. There was as mentioned, a permit back in the 70s, which we thought had done this, but it turned out there was a handwritten note on the approval that said, as long as you keep it a garage. So it was a bit of a surprise. Cara found it. I think she sent it thinking it was going to help us, but it actually scuttled it. But anyway, so we went around a lot of different ways, but in the end, I think the important thing is the house is very intact, really, compared to what it was originally built. Yes, there was a small addition off the kitchen. Yes, a couple of windows were changed inside when some bathrooms were remodeled. What was not mentioned in 2018 was when we did the impact window replacement. So that front porch was already enclosed, but I want to describe it more as it's more of a sunroom because there's no access to it from the outside. The front door has a covered Pecky cypress lean-to roof structure, which covers that front entry. So that was always the entrance porch. The sunroom, none of the windows are accessible from the driveway, the walkway. You could only ever come in from the living room into the front of the house. So looking at that front elevation, you can see that if you're looking at the side entrance of those three arches, there's three arches on that front sunroom or screened-in area, but it was never really a porch in the term of you didn't arrive there and then go into the house. It was always an auxiliary room. So when we changed the windows back in 2018, we kept the windows as full view with minimal divides to try and emulate the screened-in sunroom that it was. You can see on the front photo there also it does show that cast column that was prominent. So our goal is really to designate it because the reality is if we, or not us, but a future person were to come in and request a demolition, we're quite certain that you would say this is a contributing structure to the neighborhood and is a good example of a Coral Gables porch and shouldn't be demolished. I think that's would be the right decision. And so let's go ahead and formalize that now. And then I can move on to getting it designated a cottage, which is a separate sort of, we disagree on the list of items. But I think, again, the house itself really does sort of fully sort of epitomize what a Coral Gables cottage is. So I think it's self-explanatory. As far as going through the presentation, we can do that. I'm not sure how I collect that. This one, I guess. Sorry. So there's some entry pictures. Entry porch, obviously, you can see the Pecky cypress roof, and to the right is the column. And this is finally try again. Oh, is there a second page? This general survey. I'll go through these just for formality's sake, but the main structure is a one-story element. The carport is particularly nice with the Pecky cypress roof that it has. We'll go to our site plan. This is the current plan. Listed there is the accessory building, that element. It was the original garage piece. The garage door is there in place. It's just that the previous owner built a stucco panel in front of it. So, but we believe that the bedroom and bathroom were original because there is a difference in floor level and things like that. This is the general elevations of the house. You can see the two circular windows on the west elevation or east elevation, and also the front with the cast column and the sort of large windows that we placed. What Warren mentioned before about us engaging in a restoration was really to, right now that column has been painted over many times, and where the idea was to try and restore some of the detail to that. And then also, as we go to the detached building, this is the current state of affairs, was to do something with that original location of the door, whether that's a large window with an inscribed outline of where the door used to be, whether it's an actual door. I think we would be working with staff to find where that line is and sort of meet their criteria once it becomes historic. And this is a sort of a more formative one, elevations with the list of the things that I think meet as a cottage. I don't know if you want me to go through those now or later.
I would like to see specifically the 4 things that you don't agree on. Would
Okay.
be great.
So I think number 1 is the item on the list, which was the coral stone or stucco. I guess it's a splitting hairs of whether that's meant to be original stucco, or I'm not sure exactly what else it would be if it wasn't stucco. I mean, there's not many siding houses in Gables, but it definitely is a stucco-clad house, and so I say it has stucco, therefore it meets the criteria. Then number 3, I think, is the front.
Is it the original stucco or was it restucco?
No, it has been changed. So it's not the original stucco. It's definitely a smoother finish than a sort of a hand-troweled feel.
From what's in the 40s photograph? It differs
yes,
from that.
yeah, it does differ.
It looks smoother now.
Yeah, it is. It definitely has had a change of stucco finish. But that's not the list doesn't require original stucco. So that's why I thought it was fine.
Is it very smooth or
no, it was probably done over the existing stucco. I don't think they removed that stucco, so it has a wobble to it. But it is that sort of fine sand, typical newer, probably done when they changed the round windows, I would imagine. Number 3 was the front porch. I assume that, for me, a porch is a covered architectural feature over the front door. And so we have that. So again, I assumed it would be a no-brainer that it has a porch. It has a decorative Peckycypress beam that runs from right to left with some brackets. So it's not really a roof extension or, just a larger overhang. It actually has a physical end to it, which lines up with the steps, etc. 15, cast stone ornament. Again, we have quite a nice column between the 2 front windows. So I took that as being, we got cast stone on the front elevation. We should definitely meet that requirement.
May I interrupt and ask, is that column original to the?
Yeah, that's never been changed. It has a nice ornate capital. It's not a new one. It wasn't, when they did the windows, they kept it. A lot of times you lose it when you do the windows. And the last one is the casement windows. So, or sash, I guess, was the, so when we did the window remodeling back in 2018, we did casements, not sliders, all because to keep it in character with the house. The only elements which are not casements or sash are the 2 round, which are fixed, and the large windows replaced in the front sunroom, which more emulate a screened room. And then the windows on the rear structure are sash windows.
wouldn't you call the decorative or the chimney a decorative element?
Yes, that one is agreed upon. We both agree it has a decorative element. So that's not under cast ornament. That's a separate listed item. So I'm at 14. Staff is at 10. I think.
2.
Yeah. So it comes down to casement windows, a front porch, the cast stone, and the stucco. So even if the stucco fails to meet the goal of original, the other three cover.
Just a quick note. If what you have on the plans to sandblast that, you do that, you're not
Well,
going to have cast stone anymore. And by the way, sandblasting violates everything in restoration. So I
Well,
would seriously counsel you to eliminate that. You can use Prosulco, you can do lots of things.
Okay. I think the methodology correct, but I think the goal was to lessen the layers of paint.
Take it off the way it's supposed to be taken off, not with sandblasting.
Okay.
Sandblasting is specifically prohibited in all restoration. Specifically, go look at any of the national
fine.
standards.
Okay.
Yeah, please do.
If I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
So, Warren, you'd mentioned it's not just the casement windows, but they were substantially changed from the original in proportional location, and
That's the two round windows, yeah.
and those are the only two, or the
No,
other
no,
windows?
no, I believe other windows have been reduced in size, possibly relocated slightly not on the front elevations, but certainly on the side. And we do have permit documents showing that.
And is it? I'm trying to get a sense of the breadth of that, like how much of it. And maybe I didn't read the
But we
report
can,
carefully enough.
I think if you look at that front elevation, certainly the door and obviously the new windows in the sunroom.
For sure.
The existing side elevation has the two large windows in the two bedrooms on that side, the two round windows of the bathrooms. The two bedroom windows haven't changed. In the rear, the kitchen was remodeled, and so that window to the left of the French door is definitely might have been made smaller when they added at some point someone added a closet there. So that one, and then the two windows on the other side, the west side, are in the kitchen, and so might well have been changed, but I doubt they were changed in size. You know, potentially the one in the back might have been a double window overlooking the rear yard.
I wasn't actually here when the initial determination was done, but Cara was, and I think she wants to explain some of the alterations. And just to mention, we do have some letters of support for the designation, one from Brett Gillis, one from Jaime Nzuli Pardo, and one from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, but Cara can go further into the initial cottage determination.
This was a PowerPoint that we had done actually for the board back in 2020 that shows the different side elevations. So if you want to see apples to apples.
Yeah, do we have that?
Yeah, I have it here. If you want to pass it on.
Well, it's the main photo, which shows the two large windows and then a smaller one.
Okay. Do you want to pass that on to?
Is that you can see on the side elevations in current photographs, where the round vent holes are, is where the windows would have been lined up underneath. And so especially on the east side, you can see where the windows have been shifted out of that location and made smaller. And also the window sills are gone,
Okay.
have been removed.
Any questions for?
Cara, it's really the side windows over by the kitchen where the portholes have been replaced. What about it appears that the windows there toward the street elevation on the projecting east side, they're are about original in size?
Sorry, I've got to face the right direction, so I
He's talking
know.
about-
So the east, yeah, so the east side, the
Where the
front-
driveway
The
is.
front has been shortened. The driveway side, those have been shifted as well.
That driveway.
Yeah, oh, that driveway, yes. Sorry, I was thinking of the driveway of the
I
house.
know.
So the front, I believe the front, it's in that photograph, you can see it when it comes
Yeah,
around.
the sill is changed, right?
Yeah, but the front one is the same location, but it's
But
been modified.
yeah, it's been raised, yeah. As has the other
As has
window.
the front one as
Yeah,
well.
both front windows have been modified.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peggy.
Cara, could you clarify, whether you're saying that the fact that the porch has been enclosed and the windows altered, are you saying that disqualifies it for Coral Gables Cottage? Because we get applications for designation that we routinely grant all the time, where the front porches have been enclosed, or windows have been altered or filled in. So I'm very reluctant to say that should disqualify you for a building being classified as a Coral Gables cottage, because we want to designate. So help me on the policy and where you're coming from here, because
The cottage determinations have always been made at a staff level. And we have gone through the criteria based on what was originally there, so the drawings and the photographs, and what's there now. So like one of the criteria is barrel tile roof. And everyone goes, well, my house had a barrel tile. Look, you can see it in the picture. It doesn't have it now. And so we look to how the house looks currently to apply those criteria.
Okay,
So
but
it
if
had a-
part
it
of the
had a- it had an-
renovation is to put the barrel tile back on, or to
Right, so that's-
restore the windows.
And we've had people come in who wanted to be cottages and be historically designated and do that work first, and then come in and ask for designation and ask for cottage determination. That happened on Astoria, a house right off Granada. It's happened before, but so when you look at one feature, the porch being enclosed, it's one out of 21 features. It's okay, that's fine, but we look at it in a totality kind of way, so that once you've started moving windows, you've started removing windowsills, you've started, I'm not saying that it doesn't have those characteristics, they're not all original.
But there's virtually no windows, or a handful of windows in Coral Gables that are original from the 20s.
I don't mean original, but also mean original locations. So,
Okay, so
you know,
size,
we are,
configuration.
as a department, have been regularly reluctant to shift window locations on historic houses. Just
Right.
because, work within the original openings and do all that. In this case, they've been resized, they've been moved, they've been, they may be casement windows, but they're definitely not in the original location, and they're definitely not the proportions that we would have looked for.
Okay, so when we approve a Coral Gables cottage, and the applicant is replacing horizontal awning windows with casements, we're okay counting those as Coral Gables cottage?
You all don't make that determination. The board does not make cottage determinations. You designate a property and you approve a COA. We make that determination. So
Always been done by staff.
So if they wanted to come in and change their windows from horizontal sliders to casements, we would work with them to get the correct proportions and that sort of thing.
But you can designate it a cottage.
And what happened with that is when it was first done, it was before I started in the 90s, a lot of these small homes were being demolished.
Yeah.
And big homes were being built. And so the planning department, because historic was under planning then, they determined that there were these cottages, and they did not require the owners to be designated. If you were a Coral Gables cottage and you had 12 of the 21, then you could be considered a cottage, and there were all kinds of zoning incentives, reduced
I
setbacks.
remember when it was adopted, it was a big deal.
And then what happened, and then, so it was great. They went from being tear downs to being sought after.
Yeah.
It really saved North Gables. But then what happened is they would be sold, they would get, their garages be converted into living space, all the work would happen. It's not designated historic. They would sell the property. And then the next person, they didn't know what the hell a cottage was. They would come in and they would take off all the defining features of the cottages. And so we were going out there and looking at these things saying, wait a minute, this isn't how could this be a cottage? It doesn't have this, it doesn't have this. Because it never came to the historic department because it wasn't designated. So then we decided, well, now preservation is a little bit better received in the Gables, a little bit. And so maybe we can require the cottages to now be designated as historic.
Okay.
So that's why they now have to be designated. You're right, we did look at like original features of the house, but I think that like as far as the stucco goes, it doesn't really say it needs to be original stucco. I agree,
No, it
it shouldn't have been altered, but it's just, by looking at the list, it's hard to say, well, it's not original, even though it's stucco. And come to designate something with, if it was stucco, then we would designate it without an issue, whether it was rough like the original or not, even if we noticed it, so. That one, I really don't think I have a problem with. I don't think you have a front porch, and you have, you don't have barrel tile, right? You have S-tile.
No, it's.
Is there barrel tile? And was that counted?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So that comes down to the column.
Trying to get you two.
Two front porch and stucco I'll take, it's fine.
Yeah, here's the.
And the decorative,
The decorative column just to cross over the line.
the column and the chimney.
So we don't have to come up with 12, we just have to decide whether it meets or doesn't meet? What's the threshold for the?
The first thing you have to do is determine if it's eligible for designation.
Oh, that's right, correct.
Right? And if it is, then, as was said, normally cottage requests don't come to the board. It's done by staff, but we can't stop an applicant asking. So the determination would then be, are you going to kick it back to staff, but under the recommendation it has the required features, or are you going to go ahead and meet the
They always have the opportunity to appeal it to the board, though.
We did. We had, when we got the original letter back in October 2020, we had, unfortunately, Mr. Harrison, who is a trooper, is suffering from ALS. And so he had not a great Christmas that year. So we didn't get back in time to he wasn't sure whether he wanted to spend $1,000 to appeal, basically. And so we delayed until March or sometime, which I then asked for a consideration due to health issues, but that's why we're here. So.
And again, this is a night of sort of firsts.
Yeah.
And this is one of those
No,
ones.
if it was simple, it would have been taken care of already. So.
I do have.
And unfortunately, we sort of found our hands tied. The determination had already been made. It wasn't appealed, and we figured we could bring it forward because they hadn't applied for designation before because it wasn't required, only the cottage. So now we're bringing the designation application to you. They're taking the opportunity to throw the cottage out as well.
So Mr. Adams, you're basically you're offering us several options here. One is to approve one of the options listed for the request for historic designation.
That's your first decision.
In other words, so we would request that the property be historically designated.
You have to look at the designation report that was submitted by the applicant and make a determination if it meets the criteria.
Okay, so this would be this would come to us again in the future, then for approval of that historic designation.
No, this is their requested
This is
designation
today.
now.
All right.
All right.
I do have one question for staff about the porch. So I think there's, it's a two-parter. One is if the if the current porch as designated by the architect is just that front piece, are there other elements or other buildings in Coral Gables that have that feature as a front porch, which is just the sort of the stoop with the cover and the door? I don't know how common that is.
Well, there are, but the interpretation was it had a front porch which was enclosed. And the applicant's saying, but this is also a porch over the front door, so did it have two porches?
So that's my
I
second
think
question.
a house without a porch.
If I can.
Yeah, sure.
The second question is the applicant saying that it wasn't a porch, that it wasn't accessible from the outside.
Right.
And do we know that, or do we have a guess to that for staff?
Well, on the original plan, I have, okay, to have the answer.
The original plan showed accessible from the carport.
They do show it accessible from the carport.
But then into the house from there, yeah. But it was, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it shows it is screened and with multiple openings on the original plans.
Right, but I think my point was, if you went to the front door of the house, you couldn't go into that area. So I guess what would you describe a porch? Again, a house without a porch would be a front door with an architrave around it, or it could be beautiful, but it doesn't have a covered area in front of the front door.
Yeah, but there's a number of those that actually happen like that too.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely, and they wouldn't have front porches. So,
so we could move on the designation and then talk about whether or not we wanted to deal with the cottage.
Yeah, you can only even consider the cottage if the designation is approved.
Because it's two things, right?
Yeah, two things.
Two separate things.
You want to make them? You want to close whatever the hearing?
Yeah, anybody in the audience who would like to speak in favor or in opposition of this case? Okay, public portion is closed. I'm open for any motions.
I'll make a motion. I'd like to approve request for historic designation of the property located at 430 Minorca Avenue, legally described as Lot 5, Block 4, Coral Gables, Section B, Plat Book 5, page 111 or 111 of the Public Records, Miami-Dade County.
I second.
Okay, Mr. Maxwell, Mr. Fullerton.
Mr. DeLorano,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalf,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the next part of this is,
I'm not going any further.
okay.
So for staff, if the board decides not to proceed, it would then be your determination that existed that it does not meet the criteria. It would default to that.
That was the determination that was made and was not appealed, yes.
It's
And
still historic.
I do have a question for Gusto. If the cottage designations are normally only done by staff and they do not come to the board, I would assume unless appealed, what authority does the board have here? Can they interpret the requests? Can they make an interpretation and say they believe it meets 12 of the criteria and kick it back to staff? Or can they make a final determination on the...
If the code specifically states that it is a staff determination, then I would suggest it is a staff determination.
Mhm.
If you'd like the opinion of the board, you may request it, but it would only be a recommendation. At the end of the day, if the code designed that it is a staff decision, then it's a staff decision.
But doesn't the code also say that any property owner or resident can appeal a determination made by staff to the historic board?
There is an appeal process, yes.
I think it would fall within that, not necessarily the determination of,
Is there a time associated with that appeal?
I don't know, I can't remember.
10 days. I guess you would have to look in the text to see whether it probably says maybe by the official. I would doubt that there's a text that says that only the official can designate anything historic. or modify. I mean, he can administrative, you can defer to their expertise. They deter whether it's so much of a change that it comes to you. But I'm not sure that there will be language saying that the historic board couldn't designate it.
There's
we
language in
have to
there
check.
that talks about appeals, and there may be a time period that after
Said it might be 10 days.
yeah, honestly, I don't know. But I know
understand it.
whenever you put something in writing as a staff person, that can be appealed to this board.
I'm just looking at the code just now. I don't know if it specifically says staff, but I believe that is the way it has always.
Talks about an official. They talk about an official. I could probably find it if I,
Now, we've designated it historic.
right.
We now have to talk about whether it's a cottage or not?
That's
right. I just want to make sure
Whether
it's
that's
cleared up
whether
in my.
the-
And as staff already demonstrated, they feel it falls short.
determined by the Historic
So
Resources
I would,
I-
Warren,
I-
as the new director, suggested that, well, rather than staff, going over again, we just, at the same time, we come to you and get a determination from you.
Staff is looking at procedure now, make sure that.
Right.
So the code does specifically say, as determined by Historical Resources Department.
Well, then I would argue the board is part of the department.
So regardless of whether it moves or not, if the applicant wants to make some modifications, I think Kara mentioned this earlier, to the building to more obviously conform to the cottage criteria, just because there was an initial determination, if they come back with some sort of a change, can you change that determination?
No, I mean, I don't think the changes they were proposing would address the cottage requirements, because it would mean either moving the windows back to where they were, in our opinion, unenclosing the original porch. We don't, it wasn't determined that the cast column met the criteria of the cast requirements, and the other one was.
You said the house doesn't have casement or sash windows when it does.
Well, yeah, so,
Location of them, right?
you know, the changes they made, I think, were more for designation, as they proposed were more for designation as opposed to reinstating cottage features.
But they could do it. It would just be a drastic change in the scope, and what's being requested is to move the windows and open the porch and.
So, yes, I mean, that would be a big project.
But as has been said, the porch enclosure is common occurrence. It's not something that's foreign to this situation. I think if there's any cottage in Coral Gables, this is one of them. This is absolutely one of them. There's no question in my mind that it bears all the requirements. The 14 or 13, whatever it is that we've had conversation on already, I think it's clear that obviously it has a stucco finish, whether it's not been modified in some fashion in the past, it still is there. Even the front porch is a non-issue to me at all. The decorative features, I think we've talked about those. And the casement and sash windows. I think we're way over the 12 required, and for that reason, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the cottage designation for this.
We recommend. Can't
Recommend.
Staff. Now, do we need to actually decide what exactly the two things they're going to push it over, or all four, or can we?
I think it would help. Yeah.
But you can certainly agree with the 10 that staff did and offer 2 more or
Right,
3
so that-
more.
I think that's my question is, I don't know, I mean, it sounds like my learned colleague is good with all 4 of them. I don't know if everyone here is, if there's 2, that there's a
I'm sure
concern.
you all agree with me on that.
This is the issue, it's interpretation.
And that's we have an odd number of people up here and we can call a vote.
John, do you want to in your motion to recommend,
Yes.
specify certain elements you consider to be
Okay.
Coral Gables cottage characteristics that are present in the property?
Okay, then I make a recommendation,
Yeah, you were recommending to staff.
recommending
Before,
to staff.
before the board makes a recommendation, if they would indulge me and give me 20 seconds for me to review something, because there's something about this that I'm a little concerned with. So give me 20 seconds.
Absolutely.
Four things are in stucco.
Do we want to take a break?
You're ready to move on. Yeah, I can see. We've all been here.
Deliberating and providing recommendation. You can if there's made a distinction.
Yeah.
So just so that the board is aware of what my concern is.
Yeah.
This board is the final decision-making board, meaning if this is a staff decision that is appealed, it comes to this board. So I believe it would probably be improper, now that I've given it a second to think, for this board to chime in on something that will be a quasi-judicial hearing where the factors of the appeal will be considered and the board will make a determination. So if there is a significant change in the property, I would recommend that the applicant resubmit to staff, and if staff so chooses to make it a cottage or not, it could then be appealed.
But, no offense, but we're here because we got advice to the opposite of that. We're only here because we were said that this is the way we
Well,
should
just to
proceed
confirm,
to get around the
the only way
fact that we got denied and we missed our window.
You were advised to come here with the designation, and as the application says, the application seeks approval for the existing residence to be designated as a historic structure. You hadn't come here before that, and you're submitting the cottage.
Right, but we've got that.
You've got the
right?
designation,
That's
which
done.
is
So now,
which is a requirement to get the cottage designation. So that's the first part done.
So for clarification, Mr. Attorney, you saying that they can or cannot do anything?
So let me take another step further just so I can understand the process here. You cannot submit or be designated cottage without a historic determination or without a historic designation, correct? So I believe any staff determination without that step having taken place was improper. So I think you can submit. If nothing has changed, staff will probably deny, and then you have the opportunity to appeal said decision. Does that make sense? Everybody agree?
Can the board make recommendations to staff separate from this application as to what we think about porches and stuccos and windows?
If
Or is that premature?
the director came with a request for information just to bounce ideas, in general, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But the fact that you are the final decision board, if this is appealed to come before this board, I believe any discussion or opinion would probably be improper.
But let me just ask, aren't the motion that we're being asked to vote upon in this report is a motion to approve one of the options listed above. Deny the request for Coral Gables cottage designation because it doesn't include ABCD, or approve the request for Coral Gables cottage designation because it does.
Yes, but we've just had legal opinion. I've just heard that as well.
Okay, so you're saying this request for one from column A or one from column B is not appropriate?
Correct.
Even if it came from staff? Because that's sort of the only
Yes.
hook is, okay.
That would still be my opinion.
Okay. So then they've got to submit something to staff.
Right.
And if staff,
If they are
if staff approves it, fine. If they don't, then it comes back to the board.
in a nutshell, I
could I
believe
ask Warren?
if they are seeking the board to determine whether it is cottage. The only way that that would happen is an appeal from staff.
Okay.
And that should go through the proper appeal process.
Right, okay.
And in that case, the appeal would come to us?
That is correct.
Yes. Yeah, but they already did that. Isn't that what we have in front of us? You said.
No,
Not what I'm being told.
No.
I'm being told that they just designated the property.
Designated it before.
Okay, but,
okay. Well, then,
well, I guess it's step one. You need to come back for step two.
Thank you.
No, you needed the designation, and you've got it, and you can now submit your cottage application.
You need to go to staff and see what it is.
To staff, correct?
Sorry, to staff,
to staff.
And staff? Or-
to staff, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now they have to come back again, is that right?
No,
No,
I'm
go
going
to-
to meet
go to
with
staff
Warren.
first,
The goal,
and
the
if they
goal
don't
will
agree
be
with it, you
necessarily.
come back.
based on the conversation we had today,
Yeah.
meet with Warren, and then he can issue, on the behalf of the department, him and his staff can issue a new designate, which maybe we persuaded him, maybe we didn't.
Exactly.
So do
Hopefully
you,
that
do you want
conversation
to,
persuaded him.
do you want to have the conversation about whether what I was saying is true about the?
No, we can't.
Just to talk about the.
No, we can't. We can't. Next case file, COA SP 2022-030, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1101 Alhambra Circle, a contributing resource within Alhambra Circle Historic District, legally described as Lot 13, Block 16, Coral Gables, Section C, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 26 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for the alteration of the roof rafter tails and the demolition and reconstruction of east property wall.
In January of 2008, the Alhambra Circle Historic District was listed in the Coral Gables Register of Historic Places. 1101 Alhambra Circle is considered a contributing resource within the district, even though its construction date falls outside the period of significance. Although built in 1962, the architect Rufus Neems makes it an exceptionally important resource, as the residence is one of the only example of Neems' work in the city of Coral Gables. The 4-foot-high wall on the east side of the home was added circa 1970 to screen a proposed patio. The pool was added circa 1972 in the location of the proposed patio. The property has undergone very few substantive changes and has retained a high degree of historic and architectural integrity. In 2016, a COA was approved by the board for an addition to the east side of the residence, installation of new impact-resistant doors and windows, complete interior remodelling, installation of a new perimeter fence and gates, and site work. These perimeter wall noted as existing to remain in that proposal. So the applicant really has two requests here: alteration of the roof rafter tails and the demolition and reconstruction of the east property wall. The house, as originally designed, has exposed ornamental rafter tails that extend beyond the roof line. Only one rafter tail is original, as the others have been replaced on several occasions, as their exposure to the elements have caused them to decay and spread mould both on the exterior and interior of the structure. The single remaining original rafter tail has been protected from the elements. The applicant is suggesting two possible alternatives that could prevent the ongoing requirement to replace the tails. Both options involve replacing the tails without extending them beyond the roofline to protect them from the elements. As the applicant will show, option A would recreate the original design of the rafter tails, and option B would be replace them with a simple squared-off design. The applicant also states that the rafter tails extending beyond the roofline prohibit the installation of gutters to prevent rainwater from falling onto the walkways, which promotes the growth of mould. The proposed new rafter tails would not extend beyond the roofline, which would allow the installation of gutters. The applicant is also requesting approval to replace the 4-foot-high concrete block and stucco wall, which partially extends along the east property line. The wall is set back approximately 2 feet from the property line. Records indicate the wall was built circa 1970 to screen a patio, and circa 1972, a pool was built in the location behind the wall. Drawings of the proposed new wall have not been submitted for review. Design details and the location plan of the proposed new wall shall be submitted to staff for review. No variances have been requested, and the proposal has not been reviewed by the Board of Architects. The existing rafter tails, which extend beyond the roofline, are a character-defining feature. Although only one is original, the replacement rafter tails are of the same design as the originals. Replacing the original design with square-cut tails is not appropriate. Any replacement should follow the original design, i.e. option A is submitted by the applicant. If the rafter tails do not extend beyond the roofline, there will be a significant impact on the historic integrity of the structure and the original design intent. However, if the replacement tails continue to extend beyond the roofline and are manufactured from wood, it is likely their decay will be an ongoing problem for the applicant. The option of replacing the rafters with a composite material was discussed, but the applicant had said he had investigated this, but the design and engineering makes this option cost prohibitive. If approval is given to replace the rafter tails with tails that do not extend beyond the roofline, staff does not support the installation of gutters, as they will obscure the decorative tails. The existing wall is a later addition to the property, therefore this can be supported on condition the proposed design details and a location plan are submitted to staff for review. So this leaves two options. Approve the request to replace the rafter tails that do not extend beyond the roofline, with one of the conditions being that gutters shall not be installed. Or approve the request to replace the rafter tails with tails that do extend beyond the roofline as existing. So those are the two options. The property owner and applicant is here, and he's going to show you details of the issues. There's the original house with the rafter tails.
Great house. Love this house.
He's going to give you more details on the issues and the proposals.
Smile every time I drive by.
It's one of my favorites.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, and thank you for the board for staying up so late. I feel like I'm dealing with a parking ticket after a few individuals here wanted to get out of death row, so I'll try to make it quick. I am the owner, along with my wife, Barbara Falero, who's not here today, of this beautiful property. I fell in love with this property back in 2007. I'm a huge mid-century fanatic, furniture, just the works. When I saw this house in 2007, I knew this is going to be my future home. Sadly, in 2 months after, when I saw that it was for sale, I had a job offer to go work in Latin America and to run a multifamily office. So I went to Latin America, and lo and behold, 2013 comes about, and the house gets listed. And my wife looks at it on Zillow. I'm not a fan of social media, of the internet, but my wife finds it and goes, your house is for sale. And I nearly broke into tremendous emotion. I was living in Peru, running this business, and all of a sudden I said, well, call right now the realtor. I'm going to put myself first in line. I'm not even going to bring a realtor. I'm not going to deal because that is my house. And I'm going to close the deal that weekend. Well, lo and behold, I closed the deal, but I felt like I was purchasing a part of my life and my future. I'm sorry to get emotional. It's just this meant to be the landmark that would bring us back home to Coral Gables. Look, I get approval now, I'm still going to get emotional. Doesn't matter, but it has to do with this home that I needed to get back into, and we closed it. Sadly, we couldn't come back home. My daughter was in school in Lima at the time, and she wanted to finish high school. There's something beautiful called the pandemic allowed me to leave Peru, and we came to live in the property as I rented it, and this is in 2020. I got the U.S. Embassy allowed us to get out, bring us to Lima, and from Lima to Miami, and we lived in the property during the pandemic. It was the greatest thing. The house decaying, doesn't really matter, I'm home. And prior to that, we had already started with renovation plans, contacting an architect. I had the great pleasure of meeting Donna at her office, with Kara and the team. Things were in work in the process, and we had to live in the house. Renovation started. We're going through the process, but we have two sore points. One of them is something as simple as these rafters. And you might say, well, this is simple. I'm sure if Mr. Rufus Nems had lived in the property and see the problem that creates, he would have erased that out of his design papers. But it's a beautiful home. And right now we're at the stage in this project, we're living in the house. There's tremendous amounts of decay. I've replaced them throughout the years. I've owned this since 2013. They're breaking up. There's 32 of them, 16 on the east side and 16 on the west side. And that's in error. It's not 2011, it's 2013. So this exposure due to the Florida weather and so on is constantly, breaking down. I replaced them several times in 2012, 15, and 21. Some of them are sandwiched in. They support the roof line, so I can't even remove them to do anything because I'm afraid it's going to destroy the roof. This has also created a tremendous amount of mold. And here's the most important part of the issue. I can deal with anything about the house. I could have wanted to put an addition. I love the house. There's nothing I need to do, but I need to do something about these rafters. They create a lot of mold. My wife and daughter, while we lived in the property, they have immune disorders, and the mold and that's created from this here has protruded into the part of the rafters and part of the ceiling. We replace it. I've sent people to come clean it, but so it has to do with the fact that they're exposed. I can replace them. I can do whatever, but I need to do something. My daughter takes binders and a lot of pills to extract a lot of this mold, and it's a health issue for us. More than an aesthetic issue. It started as an aesthetic. Why are they out? I got to do them. Why am I paying all this money? But now it's become a problem for us. So basically, we have a part of the evidence of this proposed solutions is that we have rafters that are underneath the carport. They've never been replaced. There's nothing, that shows that there's any deterioration. And basically, what I'm proposing here is, I don't know how to get back. It's two solutions: maintain the design integrity of Mr. Nems and simply bring inside the same design underneath the roof line, or cut them off completely. I can live with the original design because I bought the house with that in mind. But there's really no way, and I've talked to several people with styrofoam, PVC, different methods of composite material to put it out there. You can't really mount them properly within the structure, and there's really nothing that we could do. So that's basically the reason for the first issue that I want to bring to the board. And the second was something that we've also sent emails and we've discussed with staff. We've been approved for to extend the wall, the property wall, to protect them and provide a bit more security for the property. We have to build this wall, but as you can see here, this doesn't show properly, but on the survey, as you can see, the actual wall is 2 feet back from the actual property line. And what I'm asking here is to simply, part of the approved renovation plan, to simply extend the entire wall along the east side of Cordova Street. I've asked several times. I understand that the wall has been there, but it really makes no sense. And the fact that I have to destroy it, rebuild it, why not just put it along the property line, along with the other approved section? There's my neighbor's wall. That's where my wall is. That's the property line. That's on the right side is the approved design set. And all I'm asking is, hey, I'm going to rebuild it anyhow. Let me just bring it along the line. That's it.
You have a wonderful house. We were just having a conversation that many of us have wanted to have your house. And
It's not for sale.
so you're a very fortunate man, and so we're going to hold you to your fortune. Your rafter tails have lasted 60 years. They're not the cause of your mold, as you know. they get moldy, but your sidewalk gets moldy. Everything gets moldy because it gets water. But the rafter tails are not the cause of your mold. Please understand that, and I know you do. Second, Rufus Nims was one of the 20th century architects. To change this, after 60 years, is pretty significant. And what you're proposing, either one of the two solutions you're proposing, is fairly radical and does change the outlet, does change the exterior appearance of the house. It's like taking a piece of knoll furniture, that maybe was leather covered, and putting plaid on it. Since you're a mid-century guy like me, you can relate to that. I looked at your pictures. Part of the reason that your rafter tails are rotting is that your end cap on the roof is not, the drip edge is not placed properly, and you can redo these quite easily and save these rafter tails, as have been done in many other places, by actually flipping the drip edge so that it drips out over, and then underneath that you put a piece of zinc, okay, a zinc strip on top of the wood, okay, and it will preserve it quite well. But it will. I'm telling you this. I've been in this business now for 50 years, so it will work. And you can get another 60 years, but not out of those rafter tails. You'll have to replace them, of course.
Yeah, they've been replaced several times.
My suggestion is that you look at a different way with your architect, and I know Mr. Coltrane, and see if you can't figure out another way to salvage them. But they can be salvaged, and they will not rot if they're put in right. Okay, so the roof drip edge that's there now is causing your problem. So whoever put the last roof on created that issue.
But prior to that roof, the drip edge it's happened before. These things have been replaced several times.
I'm sure, but it's really about maintenance. It's not about anything else. You've got to get wood, as you know, shrinks about 25% in 2 years in South Florida. So you've got to get up, you've got to treat the thing, you've got to coat them, you've got to take care of them. You can't just let it go, and as much as all of us hate to paint stuff and do maintenance, it's like cutting your grass, you got to take care of it.
Well, the fact that I've owned the house since 2013, you're right. You have to take care of everything, but that I've taken care of it. I've had to replace some that have been painted, but the problem continues.
I understand, and it's going to continue. But there's ways to solve it that are not quite as radical as what's being proposed. I'm not going to cut my arm off and then relocate my fingers up here. To me, it's a pretty drastic solution of what you're proposing. So, whereas I feel like it can be solved.
Okay, well,
That's my opinion.
Okay. I've seen other radical things in many other houses.
I understand.
In the discussions that have been had here, I didn't see this as so radical, but I understand your point.
I wish that you had included a picture of the house and how radical this looks, or how important this is to the elevation. Obviously, it's very important to the aesthetic of the house, but it would have been helpful for us to see how important they were, so we could judge whether putting them back underneath the eave or trying to do what Mr. Maxwell said, it would help us come to a better decision, I think. But I guess it's too late for that. I think both solutions are radical. I think the one you're suggesting is probably more radical than just replacing them underneath the eave. But it's it's all in the aesthetic of the house and how important it feels.
Mr. Ehrenhoff?
I confess, I drive past this house probably 3 times a week, depending on which way I go. And I think that the rafters that are exposed that stick out are a major architectural detail that will negatively affect the architect's original intent. And shortening them does much the same. So I'm in a quandary, but you're also concerned with not having a gutter because you feel that you're getting mold on the sidewalk because water is falling on the sidewalk and not being carried away in.
It's hard to put a gutter there with the rafters sticking out.
You can't really. Well, you could, but then you don't see the architectural detail. Then you might as well just be
cut 'em off.
be cutting them off. So I mean, the solution for caring for them if they're exposed is periodic maintenance and having to clean the walkway frequently. Perhaps go out once a week and deal with it. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be unkind. I'm just.
But it's not just maintenance.
I'm thinking in terms of, because our decisions are based. I feel for you because of the health, because that's critical. Don't think that I'm, being unkind. But our job is to think about the historic integrity of the structures that we're working with. That's what it's about. So.
And they've been replaced by the last 4 owners too. I mean, I'm not the only one who's replaced. When I bought the house, you can see all the cuts. So I guess no one maintained them properly.
I think those rafters are significant, whether they're back under or exposed like they are. Obviously, more if they're exposed the way they are. But I can see that they would be very, if somebody came in with it, as you would like to put them on, we would say, hey, that looks great. So I feel for you, and that mold problem is very difficult, and this thing makes it more difficult. The maintenance of it and so forth, getting up there, having somebody go up there and get rid of the mold and so forth. I think it's a huge job, and with what is it, 32 of them to deal with. And if it's demonstrated already that if it's underneath the eave, it's not affected. So that's important. So I'm inclined to say I think it'll look reasonably good and very good to put them under the eave. Now I know I have some difference of opinion here. So.
I personally am willing to go with option A, but I think you're going to be very disappointed. I think it'll have a significant impact on the aesthetics. And I live on Alhambra Circle. I drive by your house. Every time I do, I smile. I love your house. So I hear what you're saying. I just think, and anybody who has an older home knows the true meaning of the word maintenance. So I'm willing to go with this, but I just don't think you're going to be happy with it. But
have you priced out, I think it's in the staff report that you had, any other material other than wood that you could use?
I priced out PVC, some company out of North Carolina. They had to come by and do a mold, and it was rather expensive, but it was really difficult how to mount it completely onto the wood and be supported properly with the extended wind pressures. So I didn't recommend that at all. Right. So, and even with the dowels, they really won't hold true to the structure, and you still need that wood support underneath the roof.
Right.
So, really none of those
There's
things.
no like composite,
Huh?
there's no like composite wood or something that you
So,
could
Or
Donna,
epoxy of some
we've
sort.
used before, like, so, I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
but like, to go kind of back to what Mr. Maxwell said, I think going a little bit further back, but the mold issue, I think what he said, I would look more towards the AC and stuff. I don't think this is what's causing the mold issue. That's another thing. I think the second thing you could do is there's a company called the Hardy Boys that we've worked with in Fort Lauderdale.
Hardy Boys.
Yeah. And they do, and this is what we do when we do a lot of like colonial style houses and stuff like that, you know, where we have these porches and the wood can rot fast. They fabricate, you know, stuff that's rated for, you know, hurricane zone. They do a good job. It looks really good. I know a lot of architects suspect them on plans that we get. The other option I've seen people do is put kind of like that drip edge cap, run it on the top, just very slightly on the top of the outlooker or rafter, whatever you want to call it,
on
on the top
on the
cap,
top.
like a top cap. Yeah. And that's helped a lot. A lot of our clients that we've done that for, and it like reduced the rotting of the wood on like outdoor trellises and stuff like that. And then the other thing, I think, based on what I see, it looks like yellow pine wood, and I would say maybe switch it to like a cedar or like a cypress, which is a much better, you know, outdoor wood. I just think I kind of agree with what they're saying is, you know, I think this is one of the defining features of your house, and if you change it, I think you're going to be disappointed with it later. I mean, I understand, you know, the hardship of having to replace them, but I think there's like a lot of different options you could try.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know, I
I
think
agree
just the
with all
wood,
of
just
that,
changing the wood species
but
to.
honestly, having that rot like that would make me crazy. It would just it would make me crazy. I would have to do something about it.
But honestly,
to do it once
the
a
cheapest,
week, it would
the
be
cheapest
They have
solution.
these cuts. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The cheapest solution is probably that little cap on the top. I mean, we have a client on Alhambra also. He's on like the 600 block. It's a yellow house there. He has an outdoor trellis, really nice. And he did his in copper, but I wouldn't suggest doing this one in copper, but you could do this one probably just in white just to keep it, you know, so it doesn't look,
Yeah,
so you don't see it. And it works. I mean, it works really well for them. That can't be that pricey, you know.
It's basically flashing. You're
Yes,
just
exactly.
flashing the
Just
top
putting
of the wood,
flashing on
like
top
with
of
the
it.
zinc that Michael
Yeah, you use
suggested.
zinc. The reason you use zinc is because it kills mold.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so, you know, and it's just, you just put a little cap over the top. And what Mr. Orlando said is really good. I mean, a hardy board, you can sister this on, peg it in, you can dowel it. It can go really well.
Well,
Your
the company's
architects are
called
really
Hardy
creative.
Boys. That's the name of the.
I mean, this,
Yeah.
that's a 6-inch
It's,
piece, and so you can cut into it and
concrete-
sister.
It's a composite. I don't know exactly what it is. It's cementous? Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the,
And they can impregnate it with color too.
well, these guys do like they'll do whatever, like if you give them this profile, they can put it in their machine and mill it and do that. But I think, honestly, the easiest, cheapest solution is going to be like that flashing, and I think it'll work. I mean, it worked for the trellises. He had these like nice, you know, and he had cedar, he had cypress, and they were splitting because the water sits on the top, and it just kind of filters in. I think that's what's kind of happening there. Whereas once you put this in, the water sheds off, and you know it's not going to rot from underneath. I think that's a good option. I think it's a nice house, and I think you're going to like. I think it's a real nice feature.
A follow-up question, in addition to those materials, do you think that there are some high-grade marine paints that might be more resilient to, no, it doesn't?
Oh, no, it's really just about how you seal it when you put it up. I mean, wood just rots, you know, I mean, particularly when it's exposed like this. I mean, there's been good solutions proposed. He has an excellent architect. And, you know, there are ways to do this. None of them are cheap, okay? But, you know, none of this, even option A would be incredibly expensive for him because he's got to get up and scroll each one in place, where this would be made. You could make this and then sister it on and put it on, and it would still be good. And so
I think you
there's
could do
lots
that.
of good options for
You could do that on the-
exactly, and
if it's
dowel it.
under-
So and we're happy to work with you. I mean, trust me. I mean, we all want the same thing you want. Okay.
So Michael will be over there next week.
I
and,
wanted option A, but
I know, and we'd like to get rid
That's
of
what I
mold
want.
too. I've got
I
it
would
in my
vote
shower.
for the scroll underneath if but I don't think you have the votes, only because the rotting would make me nuts. But I would prefer to have the flashing on it, but then you can keep it. You'll have to replace all of them and then put the flashing, but.
And it's just basically bent metal. You know, you can have them made by the dozen and then put them on with a mastic of some sort as they go up.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'd like to, there's two parts to the motion. The applicant is requesting removal of a wall and then change of the rafters. I would like to make the motion on the special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1101 Alhambra Circle, a contributing resource within the Alhambra Circle Historic District, legally described as Lot 13, Block 16, Coral Gables, Section C, Plat Book 8, page 26, Miami-Dade, that the applicant, that the demolition and reconstruction of the east property wall be approved, and that the rafter tail alteration as proposed be denied, with the recommendation that the existing rafter tails be restored in concert and assistance with city staff.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Aaron Half seconds it.
Yes.
Mr. Durano?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
I'm thinking. Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
I'm thinking. I say yes, because I think it's a better solution than putting them underneath the eave.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia-Pon?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
We're happy to help you in any way that we can, and I don't mean to disappoint you, but, you know,
It is what it is.
thank you very much.
Okay, next case file TDR 2022-010, consideration of the transfer of development rights for the property at 114 Menottes Avenue, legally described as Lot 8 and west half of Lot 9, Block 36, Coral Gables, Douglas section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 25, page 69 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests approval of the Maintenance Preservation Plan pursuant to Section 14-204.4 of the zoning code.
There are
Warren,
14...
my apologies. Before we begin this item, it is 8:54 p.m. Code requires that all meetings, specifically commission meetings or board meetings, end by 9 p.m. You have the ability to extend it to a time certain, but the board needs to make a motion to a specific time and approve it.
I move to make a motion to extend it till 9:30.
I second that.
Okay,
I second it.
Ms. Spain seconds it.
A voice call is sufficient.
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia
Garcia-Pon.
Pons.
All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, Mr. Adams.
There are 14,816 square feet available for transfer, and the request is to transfer all 14,816 square feet. It's a two-storey apartment building at 114 Menorahs, a very good example of a Mediterranean revival apartment building designed by prominent architect H. George Fink. It exhibits the characteristics of the Mediterranean revival style. It's basically rectangular in plan with a one-storey projection, has an asymmetrical front facade, most of the decoration being on the front elevation. There is a description there of the style of the building. Few building permits are on file for the building. Permits were identified for roof repairs, the barrel tile roof, installation of air conditioning window units, painting, installation of a 36-inch CBS wall. There are some other alterations, but it appears to retain the majority of its original historic fabric, including original wood windows and doors, has a high level of historic integrity, and none of the alterations detract from the historic character. The attached Historic Preservation Board application contains a historic building conditions report and stabilisation and maintenance plan prepared by Martinez Alvarez Architecture. The report evaluates the general condition of the building and site, identifies those areas that require immediate repairs, proposes corrective actions, proposes a maintenance schedule, and assigns corresponding repair cost estimates. The report is based on field observations. The report concludes the building has undergone routine maintenance and is in overall good condition. The building elements in need of most repair are the windows and doors. There is a copy of the historic designation report attached to the application. All of the requested development rights will be transferred to a receiving site at 1505 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. The receiving site was reviewed by the board on October 19th, 2022, when it was determined the transfer of development rights to 1505 Ponce de Leon Boulevard would not adversely affect local historic landmarks within 500 feet of the receiving site. So the request is for approval of the maintenance plan for the transfer of 14,816 square feet.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this evening representing the owner of the property at 114 Menorahs, as well as Location Ventures, the contract purchaser of the property's TDRs. All of you are already very familiar with this block. Circa 1925, George Fink, one of Coral Gables' founding architects, designed 3 small apartment buildings on this block. The subject property, which we are discussing this evening, is 114 Menorahs. And the other 2 buildings to the west, 118 Menorahs and 122 Menorahs, were also designed by George Fink. All 3 have already been designated historic. 118 Menorahs was approved as a TDR Sender site in July, and 122 Menorahs is being adaptively reused and incorporated as part of a new project being developed at 1505 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, which will also be the receiver site for the TDRs. 114 Menorahs is a building in the best condition of the 3, and the proceeds from the proposed TDR sale will help to keep it that way. I'll ask Anna Alvarez to come up. She prepared the maintenance report, and perhaps just at least summarize your findings and show a few images.
Hi, good evening. Anna, my name is Anna Alvarez. I'll run through the images quickly. So it's an 8-unit apartment building, and it's in relatively good shape, like Mario said. I have 10 items for the immediate repairs, and I can go through them. And then I have future repairs based on feedback we got from your group last time I was here for another project. I understand the hurricane protection is a priority. I met with Warren because this report was submitted before the last presentation. So I'll be prepared to talk about that. So I'll just go through the images quickly. So this is the front of the building. It's basically a box with a flat roof, and then the front has more articulation, the gable, combination of the gable and the hip roof. The original arched openings are now doors. The doors and windows are the item that I found needed the most attention. The windows are in pretty bad shape. I'll jump ahead. Yeah, I guess that's the best image. They are the original wood windows on the sides and the back. That's how it was in the original drawings, just simple, no mutton hung windows. But that combined with a lot of them having wall units, it's just not an ideal situation. So for the immediate repairs, we were recommending roof repairs. We had a roofer go out there, and there's broken tile, collector heads missing. Maintenance roof needs, the flat roof needs some maintenance. There's a parapet missing flashing, items like that. There's a low wall in the front, which is quite charming, but that has some damage, so that you can see that on the right of the screen. There's a wrought iron balcony. This just needs to be painted and from rust removed. There are some crawl space opening vents that need to be repaired and made more uniform. And then general cleaning and stucco repairs. So that takes me back to the windows, which is combined with the decision what to do with the AC. I think as another phase, I would recommend that the owner work with, sorry, I keep going in the wrong direction. I would say the owner work together with a design team that includes an MEP engineer, because the decision to change the windows is tied to what happens to the AC units, and it's not just a simple standalone window permit or a simple standalone AC permit. Like where would the compressors go? Do they go on the roof? Does it, can they be on the ground if it conforms with zoning? What are the minimum distances? All those questions come into play. So I would say for the immediate repairs I listed earlier, the owners could get that done within 6 months to a year. And then with the items that fall under hurricane protection, which is the windows, and in this case, the AC2, perhaps 2 years. And then I have future recommendations, which I can go through those. But those are more standard. Like the roof was analyzed to have another life expectancy of 5 to 8 years. The certification would need to be renewed, I think, in 2025. And I think mostly general maintenance, like checking the plumbing, make sure there's no galvanized left, things like that, are the ones that fall under the future improvements. Is that enough, or do you want me to?
Do you have a long-term plan? I mean, you're going to be selling all the development rights for this, so what's the long-term preservation plan? I mean, you've just listed immediate needs, but so what about next year and the year after and the 2 years after that and the 5 years? Are you going to have annual inspections? Who's going to maintain it? How is it going to be done? What's your hurricane plan? What's your plan in case of fire? What's the policies for, updating windows and repairing those? Got any ideas?
So I'll try to remember the order you mentioned them. So fire, luckily they have a fire alarm.
But it's not it's not in your plan.
Well, it is under my future recommendations that get evaluated every
But
year.
that's just a recommendation, it's not a plan, right? I mean, we're talking about passing a maintenance and preservation plan, and we've had these conversations now for a number of months, and your colleague in the back is well aware of those. What's the 5-year plan? What's the 10-year plan? The building is now 100 years old, how are we going to get it to the next 100 years? And I think that's what we're really looking for. And while we're treading some new ground here, and trying to move things forward, it's about progressing and not just doing the minimum, okay? I mean, you're going to be selling rights for quite a bit of money. So, what's going to go in here to make sure that this place gets preserved? And that's kind of my, in reviewing your submittal, I mean, those are my questions, and they're just very broad because this is just it's just a brush, It's like, here's my immediate needs. So I'm not really
So
seeing
woven
any.
into the text, I do have the future recommendations. But if you want them outlined in a chart the way the immediate repairs are, we could do that.
I don't care about the immediate repairs. Those are immediate, okay? But what about 2 years from now, 5 years from now? What's the maintenance plan that's going to get us there? So we're selling these things with a maintenance plan. And so what's that maintenance plan? And really what it is a board, we're trying to kind of work through some of this so that we can get a more detailed, more, descriptive thought process from people that are going to be doing these rather than just the bare minimum. I mean, we put the city to this too. our last meeting, the city manager came in and we talked to him about it. I mean, if you're going to have a maintenance plan and you're going to sell your development rights to this thing, okay, now you've restricted your value and you've limited your income stream. So what are you going to do to make sure the thing is maintained as a historic property over the next, going forward, not just this year when you sell these things?
Maybe a quick question for staff and the architect. I think Anna's referring to page 25 or 24 and 25 where it says recommended future improvements, and there's a list of things including inspections, et cetera, on the second page. But Warren, the stabilization and maintenance plan is this entire document, not just the last chart.
Yes.
Okay, so then it's,
They're getting there.
So I think the question is, part of the question that Mr. Maxwell's getting to is, on page 25, the second part, or the whole recommended future improvements is, are those sufficient? Do they have enough teeth? Because it does talk about inspections and et cetera, maybe not the annual inspections and not to the specifics of what might make this building important to have inspected other than fire and electrical and those kind of things. And I know that we did talk about that a little bit at the last meeting. That's not sort of my interest. I have some other interests, but I think maybe that's where Mr. Maxwell is heading.
Yeah, that's really my comments at this time. I mean, I just, I want to see the process so that we have a good form of it, so that everyone can look at this and say, oh, I know what you're going to be doing in 5 or 10 years, or how you're going to be maintaining this and everything, rather than just the immediate. And it's not a criticism of you, it's just really how we're trying to evolve our process at this point.
I think a lot of these recommendations, though, have to do with when it comes up that it's necessary to do. It would be hard to put a timeline on some of them, on when they should do it. You actually list them pretty detailed and what should be done. I don't know how you could really put it in
An annual report.
an annual report. You can do it in an annual report. But now I don't think it would be, I think it'd be difficult.
Should there be an outside date or not? I mean, when I look at the photos of the windows and those fabulous, inefficient window air conditioners, you think they were antiquated 20 years ago. I think they've probably far exceeded their remaining useful life. So to me, there should be some kind of outside date for replacing the windows and AC. I don't think that that's overly aggressive to say it's time, give us a time, because I think it's just realistic. Okay.
I concur. So, Mr. Garcia-Serra.
I was just going to throw out and suggest something. It looks like Anna has identified longer term what needs to be done, but perhaps needs more teeth. In some cases, timeframes. In other cases, annual inspections to determine when the time has arrived. Perhaps we can, part of the motion to approve could be to get together with Warren and set together that time, those requirements and/or timetable as applicable.
The report is good. It's much better than the ones we've received in the past. And I do commend you for that. And it's not a criticism. It's just, like I said, we're trying to evolve this. So here's the thing. We've got as Ms. Rolando says, okay, what are you going to do when the window air conditioner craps out? Okay. You're going to put in a split system. Are you going to replace it with that? I mean, you need a policy in a sense that says what you're going to do. And that's the whole point about looking at this. Here's my policy about how I'm going to take this thing a long way forward. And that's essentially what it is. Yes, we're going to fix all this stuff here, but here's how we're going to look at it. Doesn't have to be so descriptive, going forward. It just has to be like a policy. I'm going to do these annual inspections every year, and here's what I'm going to do. It could even be in a chart and a graph. It doesn't need to be, totally detailed, or it can be by systems, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, fire. windstorm? You know, how am I going to do risk minimization, you know, with hurricane insurance anymore? You know, those silly kinds of things. And if we can begin to look at those and standardize those with staff, I think it would make it a lot easier for everybody, and the whole thing could flow even more forward. And you guys are doing a great job at beginning to move this, because you keep coming before us to do this.
And I think we can generally anticipate what the issues are going to be and now start putting more details as how we're going to address them. I mean, buildings tend to be the
I think
same.
you've really seen, you know, in the last few months of how we're trying to manipulate this and into a way that's really good and meaningful for everybody.
Right. And we have to be grateful that it's happening, because these regulations have been on the books 30-some years now.
Yeah.
And for 30-some years, we only had maybe 3 transactions. Now look how things have all of a sudden woken up in the last year, let's say. But at the same time, we need these plans to catch up with the times and what we're doing.
If you develop a life cycle plan for all the systems in the building, you know, with dates for inspections, for repair and replacement. You know, a roof is going to last you 20 years.
Exactly.
You know, an AC unit, 15 years.
Right.
You know, and if you maintain it, it'll last longer. If you don't, it'll last less.
Right.
So I think we're looking for something like that.
I think you have the bones of it here, and we just need to put more muscle and skin onto it.
Something that's going to take us into the future, not into just next year.
Right. Of course.
If I actually, so I think there's sort of 2 more things. One is it's not just about the electrical systems and the things that are going to get reviewed on the 40-year certifications. I think we were able to articulate it pretty well at the city buildings or the public buildings, that any elements that are probably not going to be reviewed by engineers that are of historical significance should be included in this plan. So these are things that this board cares about, the Historic Preservation Department cares about, and we want to make sure that those elements are protected, because fire is going to take care of fire. So I don't want to step on their toes. So if there are any elements of significance in this building that should be kept an eye on, those should be included, because that is specific to this maintenance plan. But I do want to get into the specifics of what was mentioned before, which is the doors and windows. And I think it says here, repair or replace. These windows are probably easy to repair with, you know, gum and paint, but that's not any real solution. I don't think this goes far enough to actually protect the building. I think the windows have outlived their life. I don't think you can repair them. And I think Anna's correct that it's a dual issue, and you have it in the report that it's air conditioning and windows. I think this is the time that this board has to approve and make a recommendation of this approval, is that they get fixed. So it's not a let's repair it and fix it later, or let's talk about how to fix it. I think it just needs to be fixed as part of this report, that we will do it by this time frame, and remove the word repair.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Are we putting a motion? Are we deferring this thing, or what?
You're doing the motion.
But is it?
I'm open to any suggestion, so.
I don't know if there's, you know, I know if I were the architect, I'd say, give me a motion and I'll figure it out, but I don't know if there's enough here to make a motion without having it come back with better information. So I can't make it. So if my board members want to make it, I can't make it.
I'll take a stab.
Okay.
This is a little creative writing as we're going along. I think that the report should be, the motion would be to approve the report, provided the following modifications are made. That the windows be replaced with hurricane impact windows within, you had provided that would be immediate. What is is that in your mind a year, 2 years, 6 months, 12 months? what is the timeline for replacement of the windows?
I think I'll let Anna ultimately speak on it, but I think it's going to take some time because we have to figure out the air conditioning question at the same time.
Yeah,
And so,
true.
yeah.
Right, plus, they're going to have to be fabricated too, probably.
So maybe that's the sort of category that we can dedicate more time with staff to sort of figuring out, but at least have that flexibility to be able to move forward. Because at the same time, the buyer end of this, who that wants to buy the TDRs, needs them now.
Yeah, they need them now.
Yeah. So the report after consultation with staff would call for a plan to replace the HVAC and replace the windows within a time period, a fixed time period agreed upon between the owner and staff. Come on.
I'm trying to work with you here. Rather than say windows and AC, building systems that require replacement.
Well, I think that's a little too mushy.
No, it's not, because you're going to have the same thing. It's the same thing. They're building systems that require replacement. And, we need to figure out something like that. Because the windows are good, and if the windows are original windows that are good, we want to keep them, But, so that's kind of a conflict. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you.
I'm trying to think of it too. How about something like this, Peggy? And we're having a discussion that does that. Okay. How about more of an annual maintenance plan? An annual maintenance, we could approve this on the proviso that they would develop an annual maintenance plan of inspections and of all building systems, submit that report to the preservation office, okay, and then come up with a longer-term plan for, or a longer-term set of policies for restoration and maintenance.
So, Michael, it's just, that's what this is supposed to be, right?
I understand that, and it's not.
Right, so I can tell you, just gonna tell you where I am, is I can't approve a stabilization and maintenance plan to be determined. It's the one in front of us.
Okay, all right, well then, I was trying to do it with conditions, and so they would
but
come back.
that condition
and,
is
you know,
come back every
council
year.
Council's offering to be flexible, and so, when council is flexible,
Let's
I'm
have council come back with, he's listening to what we're saying, and this is their plan. So do they have something to come back to us with? Because
Why not, I like the idea of annual reports. Are they made to us, the historic preservation staff? How, and do you have a mechanism for, like, evaluating them? So I think that's question one. Question two is, there should be perhaps a category of immediate repairs being anywhere from immediately to 2 years. And then a plan, longer-term plan with outside dates from, say, 2 years to 5 or 7. That because I think that otherwise it's wishful thinking. You need to have some kind of teeth to it. And so I'm, and I feel like we're damning with faint praise, but this report is so much better than what we've seen, so I don't want to
What if
denigrate it at
What
all.
if the applicant works with staff based on the priority of the items that the architect has come up with to determine a scope of work and a time by which it has to be done. For instance, hurricane-related items should be done before June 1st of next year, when hurricane season starts again. You know, we've got 15 days left in this hurricane season. The architect has determined that, that there are certain deficiencies in the building that should rate a higher priority of getting completed first. They can work with staff in determining that, and staff can validate, and then also work with staff in developing a plan going forward that they have to resubmit to us.
What I'm thinking is on your
Well, I can't make a motion, but
executive summary, perhaps you can add a column with, where you provide an outside date. And you have general comments, you have a category, immediate repairs or modifications, all good, but then put an outside date for accomplishing these, and then recommended future improvements, do the same thing for each of the the categories or repairs that you have identified. I think what I'm looking for is some kind of milestones by which to measure compliance.
yeah,
I'm looking at page 22 through 25, 26.
I think what they're saying is we want dates, we want specific items that are going to be addressed and the dates by which they're going to be addressed.
And the term I would use would be building systems life cycle plan.
Yep.
That sounds good.
That's not that's not our charge, guys. I mean, we are charged to approve a stabilization and maintenance plan.
And part of that is stabilizing the building.
Part of it.
Yeah,
That's
part
exactly
of it.
part
Part
of
of
it.
it.
Not disagree that part of it is,
Not the
but we're not-
totality.
We're not here, I don't believe, right? I don't believe that our charge as Historic Preservation Board is to make sure that the fire systems work. There are entire departments that do that, right? I believe that our charge is to, how can we protect this building, right? Give them the resources that they need to protect this building. And the architect and engineer have identified very obvious things that are in poor condition. Now, the question for me isn't repair or replace. The repair is repair to what level? I mean, what constitutes that? And that's not for our board to decide, that's not for our staff to decide. There's no way that they can do that. I think they're very clear with, again, on page 49 and 50, that they have work to be performed within 6 months. You know, they have timetables for the immediate needs.
Right.
I think there's two levels of needs, though. There is the repair, which could be done in 6 months so that it's in time for the next hurricane season. But there are very obvious deficiencies that need to be replaced. And that's not in here, right? That's not part of the plan.
Right, so when I started the presentation, I was thinking there'd be almost like 3 tiers of work, right? The immediate, and then what falls under the hurricane protection, which I believe, somewhere between a year and 2 years might be more reasonable for that, since it's tangled up with the AC and that potentially may be structural, and we don't know what that'll become. You need like a true design team to look at that. And then, of course, the long-term goals. So I'd be happy to turn that into a plan that reads that way and addresses the life cycle criteria.
I think that's a great approach.
Yeah.
Because that's something that we can vote on today.
Yeah, that's not what we're voting on today. We'll either have to vote to accept the plan with some stipulations, but accept the plan because that's what needs to be done in order to sell these things, and and then hope, and then try to, get your good works to work with the staff to redo that, and kind of hopefully you're going to help come up with a form that every time we look at it, go, oh, this is great.
If I may, I think, everybody's acknowledged there's immediate, there's intermediate, and there's longer term, needs. We need to attach timeframes for them, or at least target timeframes with staffs. And there's undoubtedly systems that ultimately are going to have to be replaced sooner or later, regardless of, this building's going to be around in perpetuity. So the time will arise at that point in time. I think the report to a great extent already identifies the immediate stuff. I think everybody's clear what the immediate items are and how quickly they have to be done. I think the report even identifies intermediate and longer term also too. It just doesn't give the timeframes that it should, and which one should be on an annual reporting basis, perhaps.
And it doesn't really bring out a sort of set of policies, and that would really be good. Our policy is to do X, Y, and Z. And I, in addressing this, okay? And that's sort of like your preamble, to what it is you're going to do.
And everything I've said, we're willing to do. I don't know if that's enough to put into a motion, but we have to be careful here that the perfect is not the enemy of the very good, because literally we're in a situation here, the buyer needs to close on these TDRs by the end of this month and get this deal done, and he will line up other TDRs potentially to purchase if these aren't approved. So, I think we need to strike a compromise and have a resolution that works, and so that we can walk out of here tonight knowing that the plan's in place.
Sounds like there are many motivated parties to do the right thing.
Yep, got a motivated party.
Yep, money at the end of the day.
What if we were to say, we approve the plan subject to the following conditions, modifications? One, that the applicant come back for and submit to staff for review and approval outside dates for each of the conditions identified in under property condition in pages 2 through 26.
I like that.
And there's, with time certain, outside dates. Does that get this group
That's
where
close
you're
to staff,
comfortable?
right?
And then I think, because we can't be drafting this, I think it's got to be staff that's going through line by line and asking what needs to be done and what's reasonable, and what do you need to further investigate. And so maybe we call for annual reports on the building condition and the repairs and progress made to date, and the reporting on the condition of the building as of, the annual report. Do you think that makes
Sure,
sense?
that in concept is acceptable to us.
So Gus, I know we're on the half hour. Do we need to extend it again?
Forget about the half hour.
Okay,
Second that?
Sorry?
we're out of
It's a
time.
little squishy, but
Yeah,
go
we
ahead.
should make another motion to,
I'd make a motion to extend for another 15 minutes.
Who made the motion?
Mr. Ehrenhaft,
Aye.
all in
Aye.
favor? Aye. So there are again, I think we're just, cart and horse, right? I think we're putting the cart before the horse. And the intention of this plan is to actually have a plan that we approve. Having a plan that we would like to have them present to staff to approve goes against what I think our charge is. I think that's a problem for us. But if the motion would proceed, then my concern for this particular building is the immediate needs are clear and obvious. Repairing the windows are clear and obvious, but I think they must be replaced. And that's not, I think that, I'd like to hear what that date is today. As not to be negotiated with staff, to be 5 years from now or 10 years from now. That I want to hear today. And if it takes, if part of that's going to be taken into consideration, the MEP and all that kind of stuff, what is that time frame so that I'm comfortable for my vote? If not, you can go without my vote, and I'm sure it'll pass anyway.
Are you proposing that as an amendment, Cesar?
Yes, that.
Okay, so
You have to accept or reject.
I'm okay with accepting that because I think we've been consistent in that approach throughout this discussion. So whether it's 1 year, 2 years, whatever, I do think we need a date certain. Are you asking for a date certain now?
I am.
Okay. Are you all willing to provide a date certain on that?
Certainly in agreement that they need to be replaced. As far as the time frame, Anna, what, 3 years?
I had suggested between 1 and 2 years.
Is it 1 or is it 2?
Let's say 2, because if you're going to have to work out the HVAC, whatever. So are you?
Yeah, I think that's, if the repairs take place now as an immediate need,
Yes.
and then the replacement happens within 2 years, it's going to take that long.
Yeah.
It's just going to take 2 years. So that would satisfy my needs. I don't think it satisfies anybody else's
Okay.
needs.
Thank you.
Okay, so Band-Aid, but then a transplant. No? Okay. My brain is tired. We would move to accept the historic building conditions report and stabilization and maintenance plan for 114 Menorahs Avenue, subject to the property conditions portion of the report being modified after consultation and approval with staff to include outside dates for each of the immediate repairs, intermediate repairs, and future improvements. Provided, however, that the windows shall be replaced, or the report shall call for replacement of the windows not later than 2 years. The modifications must be accepted and acceptable to staff.
And annual report, I think that was.
And, thank you, and annual reports for how long? Each year, the annual report on the
Building system life cycle.
the building system life cycle, the report, the maintenance and stabilization performed by the during the previous year, and additional repairs or maintenance or replacement that need to be made.
I think that could be every 2 years,
Okay.
personally. I
Okay,
mean,
I'm okay
we're
with that.
overburdening these people. At some point, you take care of your house. You know, you don't have to have somebody go to your house and check your air conditioner. You have to do it every year or every 2 years even. I do it when I need to. There's a need to and an absolute have to.
So are we saying on the
2 years is
report,
good.
instead of every year, every 2 years?
Yes, 2 years.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Garcia Pons seconds it.
I think we can get too prescriptive about this stuff, and it's burdensome.
You really, no, good job.
I want to go home.
Ms. Spain?
Hungry.
Well, I'm going to say yes, because I think we need to get out of here, and I feel bad for that. But I think that having them do an annual report or a biannual report is putting a burden on the property owners that I just don't think it's,
Is that a
and
yes
on
or no?
staff. I'm voting yes, but that annual report thing is going to be difficult, but anyhow, yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mrs. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pond,
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Happ,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
I'll say no. I think it's too
Mr.
bad.
Menendez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
All
your
right,
patience.
the next case file, TA 2022-002. Recommendation to the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 15 notices to require online publication of historical determination letters and Article 8 historic preservation, revising the process of historical determination letters, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this was an amendment proposed by the City Commission, and it's here to you for a recommendation, and it's regarding the determination of significance letters. Someone wants to demolish, the property is not historic, they must come through the Preservation Office for a determination of historic significance. As it stands at the moment, this was an issue recently where a determination was issued a year ago. The property owner, it was found not to be eligible. The property owner didn't apply for permits, and a year later we received a designation application. There's nothing in the code that says people can't do that. And this is a proposed method to try and address that issue. So the changes are pretty straightforward. The first change is to the flowchart, general procedures for designation. And you can see on there that an applicant submits a proposal to the Historic Preservation Board or to staff, and it basically just provides a section in the flowchart for an appeal process. Then there's a notice of public hearing. And if the application is effectively denied, then the applicant can submit an appeal.
It's much better.
Okay. Now, we're calling this an appeal, but technically I suppose it is an appeal, but the requirement is for them to submit a completed historic designation report. So basically the way that this would work is I issue a letter of determination. I say it's not eligible. Within 10 days, any citizen must submit a notice of intent to appeal, and within 21 days of that notice, they must provide us with a complete historic designation report. The only other difference is that at the moment, these determinations of significance are not made public, even though people can do a public records request. We will post them online at the end of each week so the public can see them and make a determination if they want to appeal it and submit a designation report. So in terms of a timeline and a required timeline, that's a good idea. In terms of being transparent and publishing these online, we have no issue with it. Our only concern is that someone submits for a determination of significance. I have 45 days to make that determination. If I say it's eligible, well, if I say it's not eligible for designation, an appellant has 10 days to submit a notice of intent to appeal. They then have 21 days to submit the designation report. It then may be 6 weeks before we can bring it to you. If you say, no, we don't think it merits the criteria, they then have an appeal right to City Commission. So all of a sudden, this applicant is potentially 5-6 months down the line as it goes through this process. So that's the sort of downside. Staff had been sort of used to these letters being the final word, but there's nothing in the code that actually prevents someone submitting a designation application a year after the fact. This at least takes the process and condenses it. So we're looking for a recommendation of approval to the City Commission for this relatively simple
Are you
change.
going to post the properties at all?
No, the only posting will be likely at the end of the week. The determinations will be posted on the website. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Spain and Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Garcia Pon,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalb,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Rolanda.
Yes.
Go ahead, Nick.
Who seconded it?
Mr. Maxwell,
What?
you seconded
Yes.
it. One last thing.
Yep. Discussion item.
Wait, before we do that, through the chair, I did read the minutes, and I can move the minutes if you'd like me to do that at this time before the end of the meeting.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalb,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, Mr. Adams, you have 2 minutes.
Right, can we see the discussion item, please, on the PowerPoint? And this is only for discussion. You're not discussing necessarily the reconstruction, how it will be done. This is purely to get the board's sort of reaction on the proposed relocation. This is the current condition of the gondola building. We have $750,000 from the state, $750,000 match from the city to reconstruct the building. The concern is that the building is located in the red box at the moment. The concern from the city is that to reconstruct the building there, you have a building that really has no use apart from storage, which is what it was originally designed for. To try and create another use in there, if you need anything like a sewer line or water, you have to dig up the golf course, you have to go under the canal to go over there. And the city's concern is that they're spending $1.5 million on a building for which there's no use. The reason it can't be used is because people are going to get hit by golf balls during the day, and any sort of nighttime use, whether it's a bar or a restaurant, is going to obviously require water, electricity, sewer, and everything else. We spent a long time reviewing every possible option in the golf course of where to move it to. There was one suggestion to move it to a city-owned park, which obviously we didn't support. So to put this building in a usable location where you're probably not going to get hit by a golf ball, but it's maybe the best option, the area outlined in yellow is the proposed location. So that's actually at the tennis centre, and the road heading north from it takes you out to Anastasia Avenue. It's close to services, it's just off the golf course, at least it's being kept on the Biltmore property. Is it the perfect location or not? There's a lot of different opinions on that. Should it even be moved? There's a lot of different opinions. So this is the proposed site here. So the one on the left-hand side is looking at the site from the tennis pavilion. The one on the right-hand side is looking at the site from the golf course towards the tennis pavilion. So you have tennis courts on the left. I think it's handball or something on the right. This is a sort of oblique view looking as if you come in the entranceway from Anastasia, and the other one is looking at it from as if you're heading towards the entrance. So we were requested to bring this here by the city manager, and it is purely to gauge a reaction to this. If ultimately it's going to be moved and rebuilt, it's going to come back to you, but this is purely to say at the moment, this is the suggested preferred option. Do you have any comments?
No.
So, Warren, so we're going to spend $1 million plus $1.5 million reconstructing a shell.
That is
That's if we leave it out there.
it was used as storage. The suggestion was use it for storage again. We did look at the possibility of bringing gondolas back, but you're not going to be able to do that during the day because golf balls are going to hit you. You can't really do it at night. And that was the concern. If it is built back, even though historically correct, that's what we should be doing, the concern is $1.5 million on a storage building.
It's a pretty damn expensive storage building.
Yeah, my thought about it is, I'm a great believer in adaptive reuse. So we're basically putting a shell someplace and trying to do something else. I would not spend $1.5 million for storage. The problem I have with the proposed site is it's not by water. If you're rebuilding or reconstructing a gondola building, shouldn't you have it by water?
Yeah.
I think whatever building reconstruction is done, it should be so that it can be used by either the public, the hotel, whatever, where people have the opportunity to see it, and that it should have some relevance or echo of its original use. So it should be by something that's wet.
Now, interestingly, the proposal to move it to a city park just next to the Biltmore, it would be on the water, possibly to launch some sort of boat or something from, but it would not be in the Biltmore site. You're removing it from its context to the proposed location. You're completely removing it from its context if you take it to another site. And the issue was anywhere where there's water, you're right in the firing line of golf balls.
I mean, if I have a comment, I mean, I play a lot of golf. I go to the Biltmore fairly a good amount. It's really badly run and it's really badly maintained. Like it's a dump, to be honest. I mean, the pool cabanas are disgusting. Like the food and beverage service there is terrible. Like that whole 18th, 19th green thing is terrible. I mean, I think taking it off their property and putting it on the park resolves the problem for them, which was probably what they wanted to get rid of it.
And
like to me,
yeah, and I don't think you should reward bad behavior.
No, and they shouldn't get $1.5 million. You know, like it's almost like they need to, like the same way we're enforcing these, you know, these maintenance plans on these smaller people. I mean, why does the Biltmore get a free pass on such a badly? I mean, that thing should look like the Breakers in Palm Beach. Go to the Breakers in Palm Beach and then come back to the Biltmore, and you're gonna. And
it was brought up when Commissioner Kurdyk was.
And the Biltmore is the one that damaged the building.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think I don't like, I understand why the location's bad, because I do know that, like, you will get hit by a golf ball if you're standing there. They go there all the time, just the way the hole's designed. But my bigger problem is that they just don't maintain anything there. So even building this building, it's like giving them a freebie, and it's, I don't know. I don't like the whole idea of it.
So
but I don't also want to, like, you know, shoot ourselves in the foot, you know, when we can potentially, you know, do something with this. But I think it's just a bigger issue. I think the Biltmore needs to be like.
Again, you know, that may be something to discuss when the application comes to you. At the moment, this is just how do you feel about it's just feedback on the relocation and the site?
So if it's a straw poll, I'll give my opinion. Is I don't think it should move. I think it's a structure that was built for storage in the middle of the golf course, or in the middle for that purpose, and I think that's what it should be restated for. Now, if there's an incredible adaptive reuse for that particular building in that particular location, I'd love it. But rebuilding a whole new building tucked in a corner of a tennis center doesn't interest me in any way.
The intent of moving it to there is to bring it into use. Because,
I understand, but
it won't be a shell. If it's moved there, it will be.
I'm not talking about the shell. I mean, I think I was clear. I think it should be rebuilt in place for either its original intended use or whatever the use can be used for.
I totally agree. And they should also put a plaque there explaining what it is.
Okay.
So people, golfers can see.
Another option would be to basically just shore up and stabilize what's there and keep it as and use it as a golf shelter.
Yep.
You know, rather than expending a whole lot of money and everything on something that won't be used.
No, it needs to be restored.
Why is
Just leave it
and
the way
also
it
another
is
question,
and
why is
let
the
it
city
be a
putting up
monument to,
750,000 and not to build more?
Yeah, like the Greek ruins.
Well,
Yes.
that's a good
I think it's
question.
true.
I mean, they're the ones that let it fall apart. Why is the city? Why are we paying for that as taxpayers?
And why doesn't
Like,
the Biltmore fix it? I
That's what
mean,
I'm
the
saying. They
Biltmore's the
should
one
be-
that broke it.
I mean, if imagine if these people who gave their development rights right now and that building collapsed, and they came back to say, oh, we need $750,000 from the city to help me build back my building, we'd say no.
So Warren, that's not the, I mean, again,
I just don't. I don't.
the purpose of
I don't
this,
understand.
It's just just a general,
Yeah.
how do you feel about it?
conversation.
So I think we have two that are no.
That $1.5 million would be a nice little starting point for the McFarland homestead area.
There you go.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
that
it's
money-
been specified what it's for. So
I have one item.
does anyone else wish to comment or?
Well, I'm in agreement with Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I agree. Also, if they have to rebuild it, then it should go back to the same spot.
So the general consensus is leave it where it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Maxwell has an item.
I have one just brief discussion of new business, the garden and,
But,
oh,
but,
it doesn't do?
but this is an
Comment on the-
this is an internal discussion, correct?
This is an internal discussion of the board. If the chair would like to open up the public comment, he
No,
can,
we
but
we just finished and we just moved on.
there's no legal obligation to do so.
I'm sorry, we just finished and we moved on. This was an internal discussion. It wasn't open.
Okay, very briefly, the garden and the Church of St. James and Lutheran Church at Galliano and Phoenicia are being will be demolished. The garden and some of the building materials on the church should be salvaged, and because they could be used for monument repair. They are coral rock, which is hard to come by these days, and some of it is dressed and a lot of it is not. And one of our commissioners is interested in coming up with a very good compromise, with the community as well. But in terms like this is going to be demolished. But I would like to recommend to the city that and the Historic Preservation Board and the Landmarks Preservation Board that they look at the materials that are there.
Just a heads up on this one.
Too
This
late?
is the one we received the designation application for a year after I had made the determination. This will be coming back to you, I anticipate, one way or the other. If I agree with the designation application, it's going to have to come to you. If I disagree with the application, the likelihood is the applicant is going to bring it to you. So I would not discuss.
I thought this was foregone already.
No, this was the one over a year ago. I
I
issued a
thought they
letter.
already had a demo permit.
I issued a letter over a year ago saying it did not have significance. It did not merit designation. The applicant, a year later, submitted a designation report.
So what's in here is incorrect?
There's no, there's a designation application pending.
Okay, well, then we'll just finish that discussion.
Is there anything else?
No.
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourned.
Aye.
All right.
Oh, my God. I think this